seated. He hadn't yet taken the podium. He was being introduced. The first speaker of the morning had stepped up, was introducing, I think someone said even asking an opening question, and Charlie Kirk at the time was seated underneath a canopy shaded just to the left of that podium when that shot was fired. KSL reporter Alex Cabrero is en route to Utah Valley University. He also is tracking the updated information and also the feedback as it rolls out. Alex, what can you tell us?
Just about to UVU campus right now, but I got to tell you, it is, as expected, it is absolute chaos here. There are cars coming out. It is almost a parking lot on the roads. They're trying to orderly get people to leave, at least where we can see. But there are also a lot of people who are trying to make their way onto campus as well, just to be a part of this, to see this or witness this or be there, because Charlie Kirk is such a large presence, has a lot of fans. And so we're just in the middle of that right now, trying to make our way into the area where we can at least start reporting on television.
It's interesting, Alex, because social media obviously reporting real time and seeing the videos that are being posted, you can feel the chaos. You're now experiencing the aftermath of that chaos with the traffic congestion as people try to leave campus, and political leaders responding really quickly in support of Charlie Kirk, sending prayers, President Trump, J.D. Vance, local leaders as well. But we don't have a current update on the condition of Charlie Kirk.
That's right, yeah, and I haven't heard anything myself either, and I haven't seen any of those videos yet myself. We were down at another event in the Pacey Santaquin area when we got the word, from our news desk about what happened, and to try to get there as quickly as we could. So I'm still catching up on the information that has been released at this point, but it's a sad day. No matter which side you're on, no matter which side you believe,
Yeah.
We're working on that right now. We're getting close, and somebody's trying to talk to me.
You're okay, Alex.
We should be able to get on television here pretty quickly.
Thank you, Alex. We'll look forward to your on-the-ground report here momentarily. That's Alex Cabrero on his way to the campus of Utah Valley University, where Utah now becomes a central focus as the world, the nation watches this situation unfold. We've talked about the attention this particular event had received, although those on the ground tell us and have been telling us all afternoon that the mood was very calm and peaceful prior to what you're seeing now through these social media events. There were a few pockets of protesters. One bystander identified the location of those bystanders as being elevated as in up a level, looking down on this crowd. It's an outdoor venue kind of centralized to the campus, and estimations put the crowd at 2,000 to 3,000 people. So it was packed. It was a really full area, full venue, and relatively calm until this very moment.
Charlie Kirk, a popular political activist, just to give you some background on him, 31-year-old conservative activist, a father of two. He helped found Turning Point USA. That's a nonprofit that deals with conservative youth on school campuses. He is well known among at least traveling to college campuses across the country. A well-known supporter of President Donald Trump, a close ally of many in his circle. In fact, he spoke at the 2024 presidential convention just days after an attempted assassination attempt on Trump. And as we just heard from President Trump, who's also offering his condolences as well.
Yes, political leaders taking to social media, Governor Spencer Cox among them. He's saying on X that he is tracking the situation. This is the comment that Tamara most recently mentioned coming in from President Trump. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
Governor Spencer Cox also weighing in on X that he is being briefed on the situation, posting in part, quote, "Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life." He goes on to say Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all those affected.
Details are limited, although we can tell you one person has been taken into custody. There's a very visible social media video of that individual being led off campus by a swarm of police officers and security individuals. That individual is wearing a blue shirt, and one bystander told us that right after the shot rang out, immediately attention went to that individual in the blue shirt. So it didn't take long, one would assume, for police to have him in custody.
And we know that KSL news specialist Alex Cabrero is on his way to the Utah Valley University campus, hopefully to get us another perspective a little bit closer to campus. But as we just saw from video, lots of cars there right now, pretty much a traffic jam. So as we mentioned, information, it is coming in as we're showing you another live picture there from our UDOT camera there, right off of University Parkway near the campus. It looks like traffic there at a standstill, but several emergency vehicles out there right now as we kind of piece together all of this information. Again, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk shot on the UVU campus earlier today.
This was a highly publicized event. There was some criticism, there was some concern about the crowd it may draw, but the crowd this afternoon was described as peaceful. You can see there that tent, that's Charlie Kirk seated beneath it, shaded from the noon sun, wearing that white t-shirt. He had not even spoken yet. He was being introduced or was preparing to speak, preparing to give his remarks when this happened. There was someone at the podium that had opened the event, that had set things in motion when a single shot, we're told, rang out, and the crowd quickly started to react and disperse. Someone telling us people ran inside buildings, near neighboring buildings, as of course you can see an outdoor venue there on the campus of Utah Valley University. So crowd scattering as quickly as they could to get to safety. Yeah,
Brooke, you and I spoke to several witnesses that were there on the ground, just talking about, moments before they heard the shot. It was a fairly calm event, no, concern about safety whatsoever. Although we know, like leading up to the event, it was very highly publicized. Estimation of about 2,000 to 3,000 people there on the ground.
Yeah, bystanders described a couple of pockets of individuals. One identifying those individuals crying out or yelling out or shouting out as being positioned in the upper balconies. And you can see, this venue is so unique in that it's outdoors, obviously, so a vast kind of sprawling, there's not a defined perimeter, so to speak, but you can see pockets of people on the tiers, on the balconies, on the enclaves. This post you're seeing, obviously not current. This is a previous post from Charlie Kirk stating that how excited he was to be at UVU today. This just in from Senator John Curtis. He said, "My heart goes out to Charlie, those in attendance, and their families. We're praying for his safety and the well-being of everyone impacted." Lots of local leaders and national political leaders, too, taking to X, taking to social media to share their well wishes.
Yes, and we also heard from Governor Cox that they are definitely looking into this investigation, talking to officials there on scene. So as you can imagine, the information is just continuing to pour in. We are getting new video and hopefully getting some more folks who were there on the ground willing to give us their accounts. Again, as we mentioned, KSL news specialist Alex Cabrero is on his way there to the scene to Utah Valley University as well.
We heard a couple bystanders immediately praising the reaction from law enforcement. And of course, our current climate demands a presence of security and attention to politically oriented events like this. But a couple different witnesses we spoke to praising the reaction of law enforcement on the ground. It took about 30 minutes, we were told, for UVU to officially send out a text or a notice to clear the campus, although at that point, of course, as you might imagine, people had cleared the area and it had been cleared for quite a while.
We also heard from Vice President J.D. Vance as well, offering his condolences. We also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who, quote, said, "Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected." Patel also wrote on X that agents will be on scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. So in addition to the local police enforcement who are there, as well as the private security detail of Mr. Kirk, the FBI is going to be investigating.
It was Turning Point USA that first officially confirmed it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot. Of course, that was immediate suspicion just based on the event and the featured prominence of this particular speaker. Charlie Kirk serves as the executive director of Turning Point USA, so his own company confirming about 20 minutes ago that he was shot. Bystanders telling us a single gunshot is all they heard, though they described it as a firework popping. Someone saying his ear was still ringing after hearing and experiencing that sound.
Okay, we want to go right now to KSL's Alex Cabrero, who has made his way to Utah Valley University. Alex, what can you tell us right now?
That's right. Yeah, you know, we just got here on campus to one of the parking lots, and as we mentioned just a little bit ago when we were talking to you over the phone, is that there were a lot of students and people trying to leave the area, a lot of students and people also trying to come in to be a part of this, just to kind of witness this for themselves, to be a part of this. Of course, Charlie Kirk, a very popular activist, a very popular speaker who's been going to campuses all across the country, encouraging debate on either side, on both sides, just trying to spread the message and the word of what he wants people to hear and hear kind of the other side of the story often. Join me here now is Brendan. He's one of the people who was here when all this happened. Now, Brendan is not a student here. He came all the way from Clearfield just to be a part of this and to see this. And Brendan, you were telling me you were right there when this happened.
Yeah, so I mean, it was pretty packed when I got here. It took me about 30 minutes just to find parking. When I finally got there, there were thousands of people, I would say. He was kind of like in a pit almost, and we were kind of gathered up like some stairs. I kind of moved my way closer. I was about 15 feet away. He was actually just talking about mass shootings too, which is crazy, with the trans shooting that just happened recently with the trans shooter. And as soon as he got done answering the question, we heard a loud pop. He got hit in the left side of his neck and dropped. We all dropped. His security dragged him out of there, and we just ran. So, you know, it's crazy.
I can't imagine. This is probably terrifying. You're there just to hear the debate, to be a part of this. You hear the shot. You said you hit the ground.
Yeah, obviously, because at first we didn't know what it was. You know what I mean?
Right.
Once we figured it out, I was more angry, I would say, than terrified. You know, we hear all the time that we're the problem, we're the violent ones, we're the issue. And yet this is the second mass shooting attempt on a political figure. First Donald Trump, now we have Charlie Kirk. But yet we're the problem. I don't know of any mass shootings that happened with Joe Biden. I don't know any of Obama. I don't know of any of the Democratic side. And I'm not trying to be that guy, but like, we got to come together. This is ridiculous. Whether you believe what he says or not, like, we got to stop all this nonsense.
Right, and absolutely, and it's one of those things too, you know, no matter what side you're on, we should be able to have debate openly without the violence, no matter what side you're on. It's very charged, it's very political right now.
Exactly.
But I like what you said, we should come together. This needs to stop, no matter what side.
Right, yeah, and I completely agree with that. You know, everything going on in the world, everything's so hostile now when it comes to political parties. Yeah. We got to stop all of this. You know, like I said, they blame us, we blame them. We got to stop and just come together. We got to stop having a political agenda and get them to turn us against each other like they are. And it's just what they want. We got to stop. Yeah. And because I wear the stuff I wear, people look at me like a bad person. But I think I'm a good person. I don't care what you believe. As long as you're a good person, that's all I care about.
Brandon, thank you so much for your time. Sorry, because it's chilling. When you see the videos, it's chilling. Sorry you saw this, but I know you're probably heading out and trying to figure out, you've been chatting with your friends, so it's just one of those things, just figuring out what next, Brendan.
Absolutely. We'll be all right.
Thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate you. So Brendan's story is one of several that we've been hearing just to hear the debate, to be a part of this, and was there when the shot came out, and you heard Brendan say he hit the deck, he hit the ground, not sure what it was or where it came from, but immediately we saw some videos of people just starting to run, and there are people just, I mean, there are students here. Mark, if you take a look at the traffic, this is just some of the traffic line we have of people just trying to get out of the area, but also come into the area. We've heard from UVU Public Safety and Orem Police to try to avoid the area if you can. There are some roadblocks in the area, but I mean, even just around here, just students milling around who were witnesses to this, trying to make sense of it, trying to come to terms with it. Whenever you deal with something, you know, like this, there's that adrenaline, and as it starts to go away, that adrenaline, you really do feel it. It's numbing. It's scary. It's all the emotions that you can imagine after witnessing something like this and being a part of something like this. And then, as you heard Brendan say, you could tell he's a big Trump fan, big right side, Make America Great Again hat. But even he says this is too much. And no matter what side you're on, we shouldn't be having this stuff. That's what Brendan says. And even he said it. It would be nice if we could come together. I don't know if this is going to be the spark that brings people together. We've seen countless examples of this throughout the country in recent years. And you wonder at what point do we realize enough is enough. So that's something we'll be chatting with students about, trying to get their perspectives on all of this. And as we gather more, we'll certainly pass it along to you.
Yeah, Alex, thank you. You characterized, I think, the raw emotion really well. And it is a sad day for us in Utah, but everyone across the country for all of the reasons that you described. This appearance was part of the American Comeback Tour. Charlie Kirk was expected to live debate people who would pose, lines of thinking or questions. And so it was a live debate. More than 6,000 people did sign a petition protesting against his appearance. He was, interestingly enough, scheduled, I believe, to appear at Utah State University later this month as well. So he had plans to stop twice here in Utah as part of today's tour.
All right, well, we want to get some insight from our colleague, Chris Bertram, a former police chief. Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes.
We appreciate your time with us on this tragic day. We want to talk a little bit to you about the venue where this is taking place, Utah Valley University. Viewers are looking at the video right now of Mr. Kirk in the tent, as well as about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the law enforcement side of things when dealing with an event like this in this type of venue?
Yeah, when you have an event like this, I mean, you're going to, pull in a lot of resources. There's a lot of pre-planning to go to keep not just, Charlie Kirk and his people safe, but everybody attending safe. And so I would imagine that with the pre-planning that went on with the University Police, the Orem Police, Utah County, federal partners that may have also been involved with intelligence and securing the venue, I imagine that there was quite a bit of planning that went in to make sure that the entire day that he was on campus, everybody would be safe.
And Chris, one has to assume with an outdoor venue that provides some specific trickiness in terms of crowd containment and also security control.
It does, and it's one of those, again, going back to the planning, where the event is being held on campus. Are you securing the event, directly around him or including the buildings and other, open spaces? Because it does become, tricky. We are, our public campuses, there are, rules with regards to firearms there, and people may be allowed to bring firearms on there. If you are locking the area down, specifically with magnetometers, that again adds another, layer of security. But again,
what do you mean by that?
How you want to do and how you want to secure the venue.
Chris, elaborate on that. What do you mean locking it down with what?
Well, in some cases, we have secure venues where we're not going to allow anybody into the specific areas, kind of those rings of security. We may, have magnetometers and we may search bags and things like that as we get closer. But as you get further out, it may be a more open, movable. I mean, this is a campus. People are going to class. There's other things going on during the day that they may not want to interrupt for this one event.
That makes sense. And we've noted that a couple of bystanders who were on the ground level of this event, so in the grassy field just in front of the speaker's podium, they described kind of the chaos or the shouting out and ultimately the gunshot coming from upwards. Like there's levels that we're seeing here with different buildings and different balconies, and that just all goes into the complex planning that you described that's required for an outdoor venue like this.
Absolutely. When you have elevated positions around where the venue is being held, it becomes, again, that extra layer of security as to what you're going to do or not do in some cases. There's decisions made based on, the amount of personnel, the amount of money that you're going to spend, the amount of, in some ways, the amount of restricted egress and ingress of how people are going to move around. On campuses where we're believing in the First Amendment, we've also got, it's a public campus, so the Second Amendment may apply. We may not want to impede on students and visitors, moving around the campus. On the other hand, if this is an event that we're going to secure that area, again, you're going to move further out and people may be restricted in how they move, which then, impedes on, the educational process and impedes on people's daily learning. We're not locking the campus down for the entire day during this event, it sounds like.
And I find myself thinking there's really only so much you can plan. Like, as you described, the detailed planning that is just ultimately required in a climate like ours, in a day like ours, there's only so much you can forecast and can foresee. And all of those variables become, potential safety pain points that unfortunately we're seeing play out today.
I agree with that somewhat, but I also disagree. We are, with an event like this, I imagine that there was a lot of security planning going on, a lot of intelligence planning going on. You're right. We can't predict, what we used to refer to as black swan events, things that you just couldn't imagine happening, and you can't lock that down. But there are a lot of things that can be done when we have things that are predictable. Even if it doesn't happen often, we do have great, and I always say this about, with the World Series and the Super Bowl and the Olympics, we have great people that are involved in those logistics and the planning and the security and the collaboration that goes on. And so a lot of that has been vetted out over the last 40 years, last 20 years in Utah, because we've had significant events. We have significant events every single year that are nationally, internationally attended.
And Chris, while we cannot speak to the specificity of this particular security plan or execution, is there a point of security that you would like to see implemented more often at events like this, or something that people maybe aren't employing as often that you think would help boost security in outdoor venues specifically?
I think that, one, retrospectively, we always know a lot after events happen, and we tend to respond to that need. On the same time, we have a lot of lessons learned from the past, both here in Utah, nationally, internationally, that we put into practice. And I understand that we can't completely lock down, everything that, i.e. when the president comes to town, we lock down a lot. We keep those areas safe. That's probably not practical, with a situation with a guest speaker like him. But because of, the emotion going on, surrounding, again, Charlie Kirk and other people in similar on both sides, it does require us to be prepared and make sure that everything has been done. I do believe in this case that a lot of planning, a lot of bright-minded peoples in collaboration went into planning this. Retrospectively, we're going to know, how that was and if there were any gaps.
Chris, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, for folks who may be at home watching this right now unfold on TV, or perhaps even who live near Utah Valley University, what happens now as far as our local law enforcement and this investigation? What are the next steps when something of this magnitude happens right here at home?
Right. This is a significant investigation that's going to impact all of Utah. I imagine that this is going to be methodical. Both, I mentioned University Police, Orem Police, Utah County Sheriffs, they're probably neighboring agencies. Federal agencies such as ATF and the FBI will definitely be involved, determining what the intent or motive was of the people involved. Were there more than one people? This is something that is not going to take hours. It's going to take days. And there's going to be a lot of effort put into this investigation.
All right, Chris Bertram, thank you so much for your insight and professional perspective. We always appreciate what you have to say and add. Local alerts going out to elementary schools in the area, prompting a shelter in place. Moms, dads, parents getting alerts as we speak, as security measures kind of unroll as a result of a shooting that happened at Utah Valley University. We can confirm Charlie Kirk was shot, as you've likely heard, expected to speak at noon today. We don't have an exact timeline or a breakdown. This was a highly publicized event. There was a petition that had gone out ahead of this event. Less than 1,000 people signed it for the UVU appearance. He was expected to speak at Utah State University later this month, and 6,000 people had signed a petition protesting his appearance later this month at that campus. You're looking at a live look now, a live picture from Chopper 5, the aftermath of this morning's really unfortunate and tragic event.
And we have been showing you videos that have been circulating online of the event, and we actually have KSL's news specialist, Alex Cabrero, who's there on campus at UVU, who has been speaking to some of the folks who attended that event. Alex.
Yeah, just still a whole lot of shock and unbelievable sense of what happened. Why did this happen? There's you can still see the traffic here, people trying to leave campus right now as we speak, just because the investigation is beginning. The police, law enforcement, they would like to be able to screen those leaving the event, try to figure out exactly what happened. Did this one person that we hear is in custody, did that one person act alone? We're still trying to determine that ourselves, and we've been chatting with some people who have been here during this event, noticing what happened. Everybody just telling the stories, catching up and such. Joy, can I chat with you in 1 second? We're just live on TV here. Hold on 1 second. But here is Kim, her daughter Bentley, and Wes. They were just here for the debate themselves. Not students here. You said you used to be a student here, but you didn't hear the shots, you said, Kim, but all of a sudden you saw people running. That had to be terrifying.
Yes, but we were heading to the event, and all of a sudden they're just a group of people just running down the hallway, and they're like, shots have been fired, there's gunshots, run, run, run. So I grabbed my daughter, and we just booked it out of there. It was scary because you don't know if it's real, if it's not, but you just have to go with your gut and get out of there. But it was scary. The adrenaline shot up through my body, and I chills, and just, we were freaking out.
Yeah, and you know, we always hear about this. This always happens somewhere else, but when it's happening right where you are, all of a sudden it's as real as it gets, and you freeze. What do you do?
I didn't really understand what was going on, and we just heard gun, and I was like, what's going on? So I tried to alert other people. My mom was like, Bentley, run. So we just ran and found the nearest door to exit out, and it was just terrifying. You get chills, and like, you kind of freeze, but you're like, I have to save my life and everything. So that's just, yeah, it was scary. It didn't feel real. Yeah. So.
And Mom, as her mom, you know, we're hearing from a lot of parents who have students here. Their kids go to school here, terrified. You were with your daughter seeing this. It's not only yourself now, but you're thinking of your daughter.
Yeah, very scary. I just wanted to get us out of there, and there was people that were just kind of like standing around, looking around, and I'm like, grab one of the girls. I'm like, you need to run, get out, because people kind of didn't know what was going on. Like their headphones. And you know, I'm like, leave your food, run. And I don't know, it was scary. I wanted to get everyone out.
I don't blame you. Let me chat with Wes real quick, too. Where were you when this happened, Wes?
So I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
You hear those words, active shooter. They become normal words almost in America anymore, but still, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, really none of us believed it at first, and then we still just got out and saw the hordes of people running, so.
Now just coming around chatting with people, that's kind of what you do now, because you're sharing a terrible experience with others. It's how you, I don't know, decompress and deal a little bit.
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, talking here seems to help with people who experience it in the parking lot as well. Yeah.
I'm sorry you went through this, Wes. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And, ma'am, I'm so sorry. Tell me, where were you when this happened? I heard you chatting with Kim and Bentley. You were pretty close.
I was really close. Watching the whole thing, I was probably on the second level up from, well, I've never been to this place except for classic car shows, so I can't really explain to you, but I was to the left of Charlie, super clear view. Saw everything happen, heard the gunshot. I was the last one standing because I couldn't quite believe. I thought maybe it was a stunt. And then everybody fell to the ground. We all fell to the ground. I got pushed into some bushes. I stayed there. There was a lady with her elderly mom, and I said, is she okay? And she said she's okay. So we just kind of stayed in the bushes for a few minutes, maybe a minute and a half. And then a man said, go this way. And we went right where Charlie had come in and out. And I was right behind the police when they had the man in the handcuffs, and I was standing right there next to them as he was on his knees, and he said, I would say multiple times, but at least twice, just shoot me, just shoot me. And I videoed it, and I called him every name in the book that I could think of, which is probably not appropriate, but I was a shaken ball and mess. I'm still shaking, and I'm still crying. I love Charlie Kirk. He's awesome. And I pray for him and his family. And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him, and that's fine. But to shoot him, he doesn't deserve this.
That's the part I keep hearing from a lot of people, too, is like, look, no matter what side you're on, this shouldn't happen.
Never, never, ever, never. And I will always help anyone. I don't care if they're a Democrat, Republican, conservative, it does not matter. And I asked a girl, hey, can you tell me what building this is? And she looked at my hat and she said, not with that fat hat, no way. And I was like, okay, well, that was rude, but whatever, you know, to each their own. But it's sad. It's really sad, the America that we have today.
I don't know. People keep saying, how do we fix this? And you keep thinking, is this tragedy going to be the spark that gets us back together? Because something something is wrong, and we need to come together. But how?
I wish I had that answer. Oh gosh, that's the multi-billion-dollar question, isn't it? I wish I knew. Prayer. Pray. Stand up for your beliefs. Don't back down. Don't listen to the propaganda. Do your own research. Don't take one person's opinion as fact. Look into things for your own. I don't know.
You're still shaking.
I am.
I'm shaking just talking to you. But one thing that hit me when you were talking is you saw Charlie get shot.
Yes.
And then you were waiting because I think you don't know where it came from. You don't know how many people there are. You don't know what's going. That's terrifying.
Right, and like I said, I wasn't sure because he was literally talking about how many mass shootings from trans people. That's literally what they were talking about when it happened. And when I saw him get shot, like I said, I was probably the only one standing still for a minute because I was like, what the heck just happened? I thought maybe it wasn't real. And unfortunately, it was real.
Now you're leaving. You're trying to get out of here, but you're talking with people you probably never met before because that's how you cope. This was a tragedy, and you were there.
Right.
You talked about it.
Right, and this lovely lady here, I just said pray. As I didn't realize that you guys were the news. I just said pray for Charlie, and she said, "Are you okay?" I don't know her, and she gave me a hug, and and I thanked her again for the hug because that's how we need to be. We need to be more loving and kind to our people. All of us. It doesn't matter the color of your skin or, your political background. It doesn't matter. We're human beings. We're Americans. And we should stand tall for each other.
Thank you for your time. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry that you witnessed this and went through this. And I know the adrenaline is wearing down now, and that's where it really hits. But thank you for your time and sharing some of that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your time.
My name's Elisa.
Elisa, I'm Alex. Thank you for your time.
Nice to meet
Thank you so much. You said you want to do your quick hug?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
So Elisa, Kim, Bentley, Wes, just some of the people here who witnessed this, who were a part of this, just coming here to be a part of the debate, to hear Charlie Kirk speak. Again, no matter what side you're on, there are some people that you follow with the side you believe. And everybody we spoke with said violence should not be the answer. Violence shouldn't happen, that you should be able, especially on a college campus, to come and at least have a debate, talk about things that are tough, and to have it happen like this. I mean, Elise was just shaking when we were talking to her. Her hands were visibly shaking as she's holding onto her purse there. It's just a tough situation, and I'll show you the line again. I mean, we hear more police sirens here. I mean, the line, it's just cars backed up all the way, more students and people just leaving campus here, just trying to get out after what they've talked to. But things do certainly appear a lot calmer now than when we first got here maybe 30 minutes ago. We saw some people running when we were pulling into this parking lot here at UVU. And now it looks like people are just casually walking, but it's a sad day. Again, no matter what side you're on, this stuff, people saying shouldn't happen, and they're sharing their stories with us. So let's send it back to you for now.
Alex, thanks for catching and carrying that emotion in such a compassionate way. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. This was part of the American Comeback Tour by Charlie Kirk. It was a stop at UVU. There was a planned stop at Utah State a little bit later. The plan was to set up a Prove Me Wrong table there under that tent where people from the crowd would pose questions or challenges that then would, play out in a live debate. That event had not even really gotten underway when this particular event happened. Charlie Kirk shot this morning on the campus of Utah Valley University.
All right, we want to check in with KSL News Specialist Daniel Woodruff, who is also on campus. Daniel, we were just speaking with Alex Cabrero, and emotions, as you can imagine, running very high. Describe to us what you're hearing there on campus.
Yeah, definitely high emotions, Tamara and Brooke, and we'll talk to some other witnesses in just a minute. But first, I want to show you where we are. We are on the west side of the Utah Valley University campus, and as my photographer shoots in here, you can see the tent that says "Prove Me Wrong," and that is where Charlie Kirk was speaking when he was shot. And you can see behind there's an area where all of the spectators were gathered to watch his speech and to witness exactly what happened. I'm joined by 3 Utah Valley University students, This is Isaac. I'll start with you, Isaac. And you're from West Jordan, I understand.
Yeah.
You were in the crowd. Tell me what you saw.
We were just in the crowd, and we were. Oh, you can hold it. Okay, yeah. We were just in the crowd, and we were just watching him do his debate. Nothing was crazy was going on. Wasn't any crazy topic he was talking about. And immediately we were sitting next to each other. We just heard an immediate pop. We're like, what's going on here? And then after that pop, we just saw him in his neck. We saw him fall backward, blood shooting out of his neck, hit the floor, and we just had to bolt it out of there immediately. We got all soaked, running through the water. It was actually surreal. We didn't actually know what was going on. We just kind of were like, oh, like this might be like some skit. What is this? And we had no idea until everybody started running out of the way, and we're like, oh, this is one of those scenarios where you're actually in like a school shooting like position. You're like, holy. Then we got to get the hell out of here. So
yeah, how close would you say you were to where he was speaking?
Probably 20 feet, 20, 30 feet from where he's speaking. I actually personally saw him get shot. Everyone else was filming, and I was just sitting there just watching the debate, just seeing what was going on. And then I just immediately hear a pop, see him get shot in the neck, blood come out of him, and then he just hit the floor. And then I just take these guys, and we just run out of there.
Chris, I wanted to ask you for your perspective as well. Were you in similar position, kind of watching?
I was just right by him, and we were watching. It was kind of hard to see because everyone was like standing up. And I thought it initially was a firecracker, like a loud firecracker. Some people do dumb stuff all the time. And then no, we just saw him fall to the ground, and then we all just booked it. We ran, and it was crazy experience.
When you found out that he had been shot, and that as information trickled out, because now UVU has confirmed that he was shot, what did you think?
I thought it was super surreal because UVU is a nice place. It's a very good place. I thought that would more happen in more crime city type places, not at UVU, Utah. But you know, it's a crazy experience. That's all it is.
Erica, I assume you were with these two guys as well. What did you see from your perspective?
I couldn't really see just because of all the people, but just the gunshot sound. We didn't think it was a gunshot at first. Everybody kind of stood there for a second and then hit the ground, and we all just ran out.
I can only imagine that feeling when everyone starts to run and panic. Can you describe what you did next after the shots?
I just ran. He grabbed my hand. I was just getting dragged, basically. I was pretty in shock, and so we ran through the water of the fountain just trying to get out of there as fast as possible.
Tell me why you had come to his event and why you wanted to hear Charlie speak today.
I just see him on social media and stuff. I like what he has to say, and I was excited to see the debate and hear more of what he has to say.
Yeah. We hear about political violence, Chris, and I mean, you don't think of it happening here. You don't think of it happening where you are, but yet here we are. How have you been processing the aftermath of this news?
To be honest, it's crazy to me because I wasn't even like that shocked in the moment. I was kind of like, did this really just happen? You know what I mean? I wasn't like frantic or anything. I just got out of there safety quickly, but it was a crazy experience. I don't know why or how this happened, but it's Utah. I feel like this is a pretty nice local neighborhood state, you know what I mean? So I would think that would more happen in other states, you know, a little bit more violent, but it's tragic that it happened here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's actually wild that this is happening. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, I can't believe that I was actually part of something like that. Because you hear about it, but you're like, is this actually going to happen, like, to me one day? And then we were actually talking about it right before this, like, oh, the craziest part is, like, there was no checkpoints, nothing to get in here. Everyone was just able to walk in here. I'm like, I have my backpack. I'm like, if I wanted to, I could just bring a gun with me. But, like, I'm like, this is just crazy that everyone was just allowed in here and just with anything you could have in your backpack. And so I was like, and so there was no checkpoints, nothing. I just wish there was, like, some kind of checkpoints or something to at least check people, because if that was true, this probably wouldn't have happened. But I guess legislatively or by law, you can't have, like, checkpoints at some public schools. So I don't know how that works, but it's actually wild.
Had you seen a law enforcement presence generally around?
There was law enforcement presently around, but like the immediate response, I was like, is everyone like why are we not running more? Like, why is everybody sticking around? I was like, let's get the hell out of here. And I don't know. I just thought it was crazy. There was people there, but it didn't really. Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there like watching it. Like, oh, did he really? I'm like, yo, dude, he got shot, dude. Get out of here now, dude. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. And I heard you on the phone earlier sharing, I don't know if you were with family or friends talking, but I imagine you've probably got a lot of people hitting you up to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, no, totally. All my friends like, oh, dude, are you okay? Were you there? Like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, dude, it was crazy. I'm good. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm fine. But it was wild what happened. I saw him get shot, and I just immediately, we got out of there, bolted out of there. Cops are good now. I mean, they evacuate everybody, which is great. But it's just surreal, really, being in the moment, because you're like, this could never happen to me until it does, you know?
And I think it's surreal, and I think many would say it's sad that at an event where you come to hear political speech, that this type of thing happens.
Yeah, it's crazy because Charlie Kirk, I love the man. He's a great guy, and I don't know why anybody would feel a certain type of way to shoot him. It's just a debater. Like, who cares? You're just a debater. Like, you're not doing anything or harming anyone. So why shoot anybody? Like, let's just talk. If we're gonna be in this environment, let's just talk about stuff. You know, I don't know why we have to become violent about it. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy to me, but yeah.
Isaac, Chris, Erica, thank you very much for making a few minutes. Glad you're okay.
No, thanks
for. I will let you on your way now. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah, obviously these were some tense moments for those students that were here, and now we're going to show you here with some law enforcement walking by with weapons with them here on the west side of the UVU campus. Lots of law enforcement. I mean, where we are, I see law enforcement from Provo, from Orem, from UVU. We've been told the FBI is here. We've been told that other federal agents are here, and it's quite a scene. I mean, I've not seen anything like this. Certainly, I'm from here, grew up a couple miles to the east, and have not seen anything like that here, certainly at UVU or in this area. But you heard those witnesses here. I have one more individual who wanted to share a little bit more about what they saw. Tell me your name.
I'm Wesley.
Wesley, tell me what you noticed. You were inside there for this.
Yeah, so where I was at the line, I guess this side to the right of him, and I was just there to ask a question. I was there with a lot of my friends just having a good time. We saw one person question him, just seemed business as usual. And then when the second person came up, he asked an interesting question about whether transgenders are disproportionately represented as mass shooters. And then I heard the shot, I looked over, I saw what I thought was smoke, and then I got out of there. And yeah, I think it's really interesting that the person asking the question was asking about shootings right as the shooting happened.
A tense moment. What did you do in the aftermath? Because I know everybody started to run.
Yes.
Everybody.
Well, I mean, there was too much of a crowd, to sprint, because, it's a big crowd. So I just act calm. I walked out in that underpass at the pace I could. And then the police, first they said they wanted to interview me, and then as things took a while, they were just like, hey, just give me your number. And then sent me on my way. So
pretty.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Wesley, thank you very much. Get your thoughts there. So we've heard from a number now of witnesses that me and others that have interviewed of people that were inside there, or I should say outside because it is an outdoor venue, when the shots were fired, when Charlie Kirk was shot. That's what we've got here from the west side of UVU campus. We'll continue to be here, but we'll send it for now back to you, Brooke and Tamara, in the studio.
Daniel Woodruff reporting live from UVU campus, where earlier today Charlie Kirk was shot. And we are hearing from the AP, who has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a hospital, again, after being shot at this event held at UVU.
And though we don't know any other medical details on that, I think that's an exhale for a lot of people right now to at least hear the initial report of critical condition. The shot was fired. He recoiled. Bystanders describe him recoiling and immediately falling to the ground. It was quite a visually traumatic scene. But that's the latest update we can give, is that he is in critical condition. Dan Rascone is live there on the campus of Utah Valley University. Dan, orient us as to where you are.
Yeah, pretty incredible scene out here as far as talking to students, but let me give you a little idea as to where we're at here. Many of you, of course, know where the UCCU Center is at. We're just north of it right here. You can see all the traffic here, people trying to get out of this location, traffic completely backed up, a lot of cops, a lot of officers from a variety of different agencies all out here trying to be able to kind of lock down the campus, of course. And we've been hearing from students all along here. Many of these students right here, all these students have their own story. Let's start at the end here and kind of get your reaction. It's Ike.
Yes,
you
sir.
say, okay, Ike, tell me a little bit about where you were at, how close you were, and what you saw.
Yeah, so I was about 20 yards off the right-hand side of Charlie. Obviously, it's a traumatic thing. Nobody should have to see that in their lifetime. The taking of a life is hurtful and hard to see. But, we were talking about, he was having a conversation with somebody about gun violence, actually. And he was hit in kind of the left upper neck area, kind of in the carotid artery area. And it was just a traumatic thing to see. I feel bad for all these wonderful students and alumni that were present and had to see that. It's a tough thing to see, but obviously it's a very serious thing that we need to all be able to work through and work through together as a community and come together and really rally around Charlie and his family. Nobody should have to worry about their father or husband going out and doing the things that he loves, and that's a tough thing to see.
How many shots did you hear, and what happened right after he was hit? What was the mood of the crowd?
Yeah, one shot rang out. From what I heard, I don't know if anybody else heard different. One shot rang out and hit Charlie, struck Charlie, and I don't know if it's angels or good bystanders who jumped in and stopped more shots from coming, but I'm grateful that if somebody did, they deserve high praise. One shot hit Charlie, one shot rang out, lots of chaos, lots of panic. It's hard to stay cool, calm, and collected in those moments. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Stick around for just a minute if you don't mind. Your name and just what you saw, where you were at, what you heard.
My name's Kaya Meek, and then we were just about 50 feet from the left of him. And then I just remember he was on his second conversation, and then that's when the shot came. And then we just saw his head jerk back and shoulder. And we immediately just turned and dropped to the ground, and then saw people start getting up and running. So we followed in with that, and were able to get to the apartment buildings and get in with a really kind girl that started driving us. And then,
how scary was this? What was the mood there?
It was just really terrifying. I mean, I was kind of in shock, because I was like, no way that just happened, you know. But I'm definitely very grateful that there was only one shot and stuff, or else I think that a lot more people could have been injured.
Okay, thank you very much. And where were you at, and what did you hear there in the scene?
Yeah, I was with Kaya, and we were just 50 to 100 feet to the left, and just heard a shot, and then just saw his head fly back, and he just slumped in his chair and saw blood coming down his shirt, and then this people just yelling, "Get down!" and then just see a flood of people going throughout these doors, so just ran and followed them.
Wow. You know, we hear about school shootings or university shootings, those kind of things. To actually be in there when it's happening, your thoughts about that?
I mean, you just never expect it to happen. You're just going to this event. You're not expecting anything to happen. So it's definitely shocking when something happens like that.
Tell me about why Charlie Kirk. What was it about? You wanted to go hear him, or what happened there?
He's on social media. I've seen a lot of him do a lot of debates. We just thought it'd be cool to come see him debate a couple people.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And share with us where you were at and kind of what you saw.
Yeah, I was about 50 feet to his right. And I want to say that, he only got 1.5 questions in. The first question, he was very graceful when confronted about comparing Mormons to Protestant. And then the next question, right before he got shot, was asking about transgender mass shooters and the DOJ wanting to take their guns. And then he got a few words in, and then I heard that one shot rang out, and then he fell over to his left, and everybody panicked.
Okay. Man, thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. And boy, what a traumatic experience for all of these students here. Again, we're on the north side there of the UCCU Event Center here. Again, let me just kind of show you just traffic right here. You can see traffic completely still backed up. Everybody's still trying to get out of this location here. But you heard the stories there, one after another. Just these are students that are just right there in the middle of it, and all of a sudden to have something like this happen right in front of them and witness something like this, just a very traumatic thing. But again, trying to get out of the north side here of the campus, boy, it is just a parking lot here. This, of course, happened, about 12:30, right around there, a little bit after, and still here we are with traffic just really congested and everybody trying to get out of this location. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys, and we'll continue to get more information out here and come back to you as soon as we have some more.
All right, Dan Rascon reporting live from the Utah Valley University campus there. And just to update you with the latest information that we've received, the AP reporting that Charlie Kirk is in a hospital in critical condition at this time.
The AP also reporting a few more details at the moment of impact. They described Charlie Kirk reaching up to grab his neck, right hand grabbing left side of the neck. There's quite a bit of blood. People describe it as very traumatic. He slumped to the floor, recoiled and slumped to the floor, and his security detail immediately assumed this scene. We have Jody Reynosa live on the campus of UVU. Jody, what can you tell us from where you're at?
Let me show you what I'm seeing here. You know, people keep mentioning the traffic as students, faculty, people try to get out and off of campus. But right down here, you can see just the line, the very long line of traffic. And then with people trying to get out of, you know, this exit area, it's just taking them a very long time. Some tense moments in the aftermath of this horrific shooting. Now, I'm here on campus just outside of the Wolverine services, and I also have, you know, there's probably about approximately 50,000 students that attend UVU, and I'm here with Marta Villa. She's a third-year student, and she wasn't there at the event, but she was in class, and still some very tense moments. Marta Villa, tell me, what was that experience like for you?
I mean, it was terrifying. None of us knew what was going on. I was just in class. Someone heard a stampede of people running down the hallway. They checked it out, and immediately they're like, lock the doors, just go in. There's been a shooting.
How were you feeling in those moments?
I think we were all terrified. I mean, yeah, I was very terrified. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, I just wanted more information.
Now, there are people who have talked about, you know, I wish there were metal detectors and, you know, maybe some more safety measures going on. One thing that terrified you, you were telling me earlier, is that the doors wouldn't lock. So tell me about that experience.
Yeah, we tried to lock the doors, but we were having issues with that. So the boys in the class, the men in our class, just were guarding the doors.
So they barricaded themselves across the door, basically, to help people?
Yeah, they were just standing by the doors just to make sure no one came in.
You hear about all these things happening across the nation, and folks here in Utah, you know, they don't think it's going to happen here in Orem, you know, Orem-Provo area. What are your thoughts on that? Have you ever experienced anything like that?
No, I have not experienced anything like that, and I think no one would have thought this was going to happen, but unfortunately it did.
As you've talked to other classmates or other people in your cohort here at UVU, what have they talked about, and what are you kind of maybe reassuring them about?
Oh, I haven't talked to anyone really except my family, and they're just asking me what's going on, if I'm okay, and I think everyone is just wondering if he's okay and if the shooter was detained, which I found out he was, and so that was good news.
Any fear to come back on campus?
No, I think we'll we have this under control, and I think our police are doing a good job of detaining and making sure everything's under control here.
Thank you so much, Marta. So as Marta was saying, you know, there's a heavy police presence here, armed. You can see their rifles out. A lot of them have been in unmarked vehicles. So there is a, you know, heavy law enforcement presence because they want to assure that, you know, everybody's going to stay safe. Nothing like this happens again today or in the future. And so you've heard it from Marta, her experience, and how nerve-wracking to have the doors in your classroom not lock. So you can, you know, we'll be having more information unfold as we get more details, but I'll send it back to you.
Jody Reynoso reporting live for us from Utah Valley University. Appreciate the update there. Let's go ahead and check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there at the UVU campus. And Daniel, you've been able to talk to folks there on the ground as well, getting their perspective of what happened at this event. As we know, the UVU campus has since been closed, but still a lot of people trickling in and a huge police presence.
Yeah, we're here on the west side of the Utah Valley University campus, and campus has been closed, as you said. Classes have all been canceled for the day. People have been asked to leave. As we got here, we saw a very long line of vehicles trying to get out, so there was a major congestion due to that. But campus is closed here at UVU due to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And I am joined now by Sarah, who is originally from Draper, a Utah Valley University student. I understand you were inside, and it's been a traumatic thing to witness. Tell me a little bit about what you saw and how you've been feeling.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a little bit over an hour, over an hour since it's happened, and my heart is still racing and I'm still shaking a bit. It's definitely scary. Basically, Charlie Kirk came out at about like 12:06. and everybody was super excited to have him there, and the first student stepped up and they had a conversation about like Mormonism and Christianity, and then after that they had another student step up to talk about transgenderism and the violence and gun violence that's been surrounding that recently, and that is when Charlie Kirk was shot. It was in the neck, and I watched the blood just spurt out all over his body as he slumped over and fell down. I believed that he was dead on impact, but it sounds like he is in critical condition. So big prayers going out to him, hoping that everything is okay. After the shooting, everybody was kind of shocked, and everybody fell to the ground. Everyone was screaming and really frantic. My mom was with me, and she looked up at me and said, "Run." So me and my friend grabbed hands, and we ran out of the building, out across the street, all the way to Bucked Up, across from Utah Valley, and just waited there. And we had a sweet retired law enforcement officer kind of help us out and make sure that we were safe. So,
because processing something like this, I mean, you mentioned your heart is still racing and probably still replaying what it is you saw and heard.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely really traumatic, and I didn't really realize how shocked and traumatized I was until, I mean, at least 30 minutes after. I was really, I just couldn't stop crying, and I mean, it's so sad and it's so evil. So yeah, I'm just glad nobody else got hurt, but big prayers out to Charlie Kirk and his family.
And from your description, Sarah, it sounds like you were sitting fairly close to the front.
Yeah, I was in the 4th row back. That's when I saw him just get hit right in the neck, lower neck, and just blood spurting out all over. It was awful.
You had come here to this event to hear him speak. Why did you want to come, and what were your thoughts about him as you made the decision to be here on a Wednesday morning?
Yeah, so I have classes today, or did have classes. I had my morning class, and afterwards I went to see Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's an awesome guy. I agree with all of his political stances, and I was really excited to see him, especially at my own university. So yeah, just going out there to support him before my next class, and what a traumatizing experience it was. So. Yeah,
and I think a lot could be said for the fact that at an event like this, something like that happens. Have you been thinking about that since this occurred?
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was really ironic that he started talking about gun violence right when he was shot. I mean, it's just awful. And honestly, Charlie is a hero. I truly believe that, and I believe his family are also heroes, and I wish the best for them.
And finally, Sarah, what about you personally? Because witnessing something like this, I can only imagine. I have not witnessed something like that. And so where do you go from here, and what do you think about as you process this tragic day?
Yeah, good question. I'm definitely going to be seeing my counselor. I will have a lot of therapy, and honestly, I think it's just going to bring me closer to God. And yeah, through the whole experience, just lots of prayers, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of personal work.
Sarah, I really appreciate you spending a few minutes. Thank you. Best to you and your mom.
Thank you so much.
So here on the west side of campus, that's just yet another voice of someone who was at this event. And the event happened just right behind us. In fact, I'll step out of the way and let photographer Ray here zoom in again just to show you. And I know we've seen a number of vantage points of this, but that tent in the distance, just past that overpass, is where Charlie Kirk was speaking. And then all of those bleacher-type places in the foreground, or background, I guess, that is where people were sitting. In fact, from this distance, I can see a lot of personal items that were clearly left behind in the mayhem of the shooting. And now a lot of law enforcement are on scene, and there is crime scene tape up around the area. This is about as close as we can get from this particular vantage point, but we see police from, just in this area, Utah Valley University, Provo, Orem, and then other agencies as well have responded in addition to federal agents. And so this is now sort of eerily quiet on the west side of campus. A lot of people have moved on, left campus. We're just seeing some stragglers walking through, but it seems like everyone who walks by was there. They heard what happened, or they saw what happened, and then many of them ran in the aftermath of the shooting. And as you heard with Sarah there talking to me, her heart's still racing. This was a terrifying, scary ordeal for her to witness and to process, and certainly that's only just beginning for her to deal with the feelings and emotions of what she's seen. So that's the latest from the west side of the campus. We'll send it back to you for now in studio.
Daniel Woodruff, we appreciate that. I can't imagine for those folks who were there describing that traumatic scene.
Absolutely. Let's go to news specialist Alex Cabrero. He's at another vantage point on campus. Alex, you've been talking to people. What are you hearing now?
Right, we've been in a parking lot here for about an hour or so, chatting with some people, some students, some others who just came here for this debate. And you can still see there is still a little bit of traffic as people continue to leave this area, trying to get back to wherever they're going to. But I'm going to interview somebody named Taylor Westmoreland, and she's special to me because this is actually my niece. I never really interviewed a family member before, but Taylor was on campus when this happened, heard the gunshots, and so I found out she was here. So that's kind of terrifying when you have a family member here. But Taylor, tell me, what did you tell everybody? What did you hear? You know what I mean? What did you hear, and then what happened?
Yeah, my friend and I got there pretty late, and so when we arrived, we were right in the building behind him, and we just heard a gunshot, and everyone just started screaming. It was really chaotic, and we just ended up turning and running. There was just crowds of people screaming, and then just like shooter, gun, and then we ended up getting outside, but it was chaotic for a really long time, really scary.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, what do you do when you hear that gun, shots?
Yeah,
you freak out. But
I was kind of like in disbelief for a second, and when everyone was running, and then I just started booking it. My friend threw her drink, and we just got out of there like as fast as we could. But
this is always something that happens somewhere else.
Yeah, no, it's odd to be a part of something like this. It's horrible, of course, and really sad for him and his family, but yeah, it was really scary. I'm glad everyone got out okay.
Okay, Taylor, give me a hug. I'm happy you're doing okay, that we've met up and that you're doing well.
Okay.
Thanks, Taylor. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're
Thanks,
good.
Taylor.
Thank you.
So that's, again, I know that my niece is a student here, so I heard that she was here and kind of like wasn't answering her phone at first, and hoping everything is okay, and I'm happy she's okay. But just one of the many people here that just came out just to hear a debate, to be a part of something like this. Charlie Kirk is a big personality. A lot of people like what he has to say. A lot of people don't like what he has to say. But either way, on a college campus, you think this is something where you would maybe hear something you don't believe in or something that you do believe in, and then something like this happens. So it is sad. A lot of people witnessed this. I heard one of the interviews I think my colleague Daniel Woodruff was doing where one witness said he saw the blood, and that's just, it's sad. You know, how do you decompress from something like that? You know what I mean? And that's what a lot of students are doing right now, just decompressing from something they saw today. And it's just an unfortunate situation. But traffic moving along, people continue to get out of here, and we will chat with some more students about their thoughts on this whole thing as we continue our coverage here. Back to you.
Well, Alex, we appreciate that. You know, there are so many students on campus right now for that event. It's hard when this hits home and it becomes then one of your own family members who is there at the event, and you're worried for her safety, of course, and glad everything is okay. Thank you for that report.
And we are continuing to get new information about Charlie Kirk being shot. AP reporting that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a local hospital, and this is something that we are certainly going to continue covering. We do have several reporters out there on the UVU campus. We do want to go ahead and check in with Andrew Adams. Andrew, as we've been hearing from Alex and Daniel and Dan, there are folks still trickling in, although campus is closed right now, giving us their perspective of just how traumatic that experience was.
Well, an extremely traumatic experience for a lot of people, especially when there were deep feelings about Charlie Kirk. A lot of people love Charlie Kirk, and to see this happen in front of him was just unbelievable to them. Getting in and out of campus is pretty wild right now, with the campus essentially being evacuated after this and the school being closed for the rest of the day. You have a lot of traffic backup migrating out. These two students here decided to chat with us for a minute. They're just waiting out the wait, which is quite long, and I appreciate you being willing to talk with us. Austin Watson, Sierra Arbon, you were there this afternoon. Just tell me how it went down from your eyes.
I mean, it was pretty chaotic with all the people. There was hundreds and hundreds of people in attendance that were just listening. I mean, he had a huge support here. Everyone was cheering for him. There was obviously some protesters too, and then it was honestly pretty hard to hear. So I guess what had happened was someone asked him a question about gun violence, and then we heard a shot, and for a second it was like it didn't even feel like it was like actually happening. It almost sounded like a firecracker. And then from where I was standing, I wasn't right up next to him, but I saw him double over. and then everybody like went down to the ground, and then after a few seconds it was just like a sea of people just trying to get out of there. And yeah, there's videos you can see online. There's just everyone's coming out full speed, and there's phones on the ground, AirPods, like everything. Everyone's just leaving all their stuff, and it was pretty chaotic. So it was crazy.
Sierra, you were watching that. What went through your mind as this was just happening?
A lot of things were going through my mind. I was thinking about how I wasn't supposed to be there today and how I was supposed to be at work, but then it got canceled. And I was scared. It was a scary situation, but kind of along the same lines as Austin. I thought at first that it was a firecracker, and then I realized that was a gunshot, because I'm short, so I didn't see above the crowd. I couldn't really see Charlie when it happened, but yeah, it was scary.
What interested you most about Charlie Kirk and why you came out today?
Well, I would say he's just an interesting person. I honestly haven't listened to a ton of his stuff, but I knew that he is like a pretty strong conservative Republican figure, and I lean more that way. So I just was interested to see what questions other students at UVU had to ask, and what his response would be to them is really it.
Austin, you followed him a little bit more. Tell me just your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really respect Charlie as a person. He's a great person. He's a family guy, a good Christian. Like, he has strong beliefs. They chatted a lot about religion right before it happened. I mean, there was only one question before the shooting, but I really think he's a great person, and he sticks up for what he believes in, and I respect that. And I enjoy watching him debate people. He knows what he's talking about, and he comes from a state of logic, and I respect that a lot. And so I've watched his videos for a while, for years now, honestly. So I think, yeah, he's a really interesting person. I was pretty excited to hear that he was coming to Utah so that he could see, what Utah's about and have his support group here, because I know a lot of people really respect him here. So it's pretty sad that it had to happen here.
Well, I was going to say, just the fact that there was a shooting, he was shot at an event like this. Your thoughts about that?
Honestly, it's kind of shocking just seeing how many hundreds and hundreds of people were there in support of him. And, I think it's really sad. I think people are trying to prove a point. It didn't change my thoughts on the right to bear arms at all. And so it seems like it was kind of for nothing. And I think people just want recognition, and they want to think they're doing something in support of their beliefs. And I think that's pretty messed up. So.
Austin Watts, Sierra Arbon, I appreciate you being willing to chat with me for a few minutes. Everybody just trying to take this in, what happened here at UVU, and of course, trying to get away from campus is going to take a while. If I can actually just push the camera over here, I didn't prep Stuart for this, but if you look over here, there's this line of cars, and so it's going to take a while. Just getting in here is tough, getting out of here is tough. Some people just wanting to sit it out, because there is no easy way out of campus, as it has been closed, and as police, as we've seen, have been sweeping the grounds here. So we're going to change positions from where we are. We'll bring you more, but toss it back to the studio for now.
All right, Andrew, thank you for that update. We have an important update that we want to bring you now. Earlier, this is NBC reporting that the university had confirmed that they had the suspect in custody. Now they are saying they do not have the suspect in custody. That may help explain why the campus has been on lockdown, why they have not been allowing people in and out of the university. We can't confirm that report, but that's the latest on the status of what they had reported earlier.
And again, Charlie Kirk reportedly shot in the neck while visiting UVU during his Prove Me Wrong tour. We understand he is in critical condition. We are checking in with our news specialist that we have out there on campus. Let's go ahead and check in with Jody Reynosa right now. You are in one of the parking lots near where this event was taking place, and had a chance to talk to some folks who were there and witnessed this.
That is correct. In fact, we are still seeing such heavy traffic, as everybody's mentioned before. Here is an egress right here. Pretty much every artery going in and out of campus is just packed. Because right here it looks like, oh, maybe there's a lull in traffic. Nope, you turn this way. I'm having Greg turn this way, and you have a whole line of traffic trying to exit. And parking lots right now, I'm seeing they're packed because of some students just wanting to kind of, you know, wait it out, see what's happening. Now, let me point you to the direction students are telling us that in between these buildings, so you see on the right side, there's like these little pyramids on the top of that roof, and then you see the building to the left. Well, the venue was right between those buildings. We're not able to go close at this point, but that just gives you a perspective as to where the venue was. And as you mentioned before, I do have two students. These are unique students in that they are high school students, okay? They are at Cedar Valley in their senior year. They were just here on campus, though, to take a test. So I'm here with Ryder Warner and Kylie Stauffer. Okay, Ryder, let's start with you. Tell us, like, what was going on, because you were there at the venue when it first happened.
Yes, ma'am. We were driving past it, so when we passed it, obviously you have all the news cameras, all the cameras pointing towards them, all the students rushing in to go and see what's going on. So we got to witness that, and you know, just a normal talk by Charlie Kirk. It was kind of cool to see Charlie Kirk here. You know, we watch him on TV a lot, watch his clips a lot on YouTube, whatnot. So it was cool to see that. I was in a rush for a test, so I didn't get to stop and see, but I did get to see the venue. It was super pretty. Whole student body was there. It was super pretty to see. Got here, and it seemed like everything was in chaos. They were super hesitant about letting us test.
Before we get to the test, though, I want to just take us back to where you were in the venue, because you said you actually witnessed the shooting.
Yeah, so when they shot, it was, I wasn't actually there. I just saw it afterwards, the aftermath. The cops rushing up, the helicopters flying in. I just saw videos afterwards. It was probably 2 minutes after I left that I actually got to see what happened. So when
you got video from a student, another student, because you said it was very gruesome. What do you mean by that?
Yes, ma'am. The video I had showed the side camera of it, so it was him getting shot in the neck, and you can just see his neck go limp and all the blood come out. Stuff like that. Super gruesome scene. I'm super glad I didn't see it in person.
Did you, at that moment, did you go to, you know, like, what is going on? I mean, what were you thinking at that point?
Definitely panic mode. As soon as I saw that, I knew, well, I'm here on campus. I don't think they're going to let us test, and sure enough, they didn't. Obviously, super panicked. I felt for him, you know, watching him for years. I definitely felt a little bit of sorrow for his family, too. But yeah, state of panic, and definitely just a little bit hurt for him and his family. He is a dad of 2 kids.
Now, it's unique being that you're in high school and you watch Charlie Kirk. You know, you said that your dad and grandpa watch him, and last night you were watching a YouTube video, is that right? And you didn't even know he was going to be here.
I didn't even know he was going to be here. He popped up on my For You page on TikTok, and I was just scrolling through, and I love watching his debates, especially as somebody who's big into English. I was watching his debates and learning how he argues, and I actually definitely base a lot of what he does into my own life, which is big for me, you know, being a student, especially being in an English class.
Now, does he ever talk about violence, or is it, you mentioned he was more Christian-based, and so this seems just out of the ordinary?
It is absolutely out of the ordinary. I can't believe that this even happened. He never talks about violence. You know, it's not something he's big into. He's just into the argumentative side. He loves getting other people's perspectives. He definitely can get under people's skin, just because in like any argument, you know, you're arguing against somebody or against what they're saying, and I guess that just got to him, and somebody finally decided to act on it.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Ryder, we're going to be back with Kylie a little bit later, but we're going to throw it back to you.
Jody Reynosa reporting live from UVU. Again, if you are just joining us, breaking news, Charlie Kirk shot there on the UVU campus as part of his comeback tour. We understand that as he was speaking here at Utah Valley University today, he was also scheduled to bring his American Comeback Tour to Utah State University, and that was going to be held on September 30th, so the end of this month. He was going to make several stops, Deanie.
Yeah, we're getting a word of a Utah-based, it's a change.org petition that basically would keep him from coming, and these are based at Utah State University, where he was scheduled to come later this month. The petition had 3,500 signatures. Students, hundreds reportedly today, are joining on that petition to ask board trustees at the university to prevent this Charlie Kirk from coming to their campus. And it's part of a national debate over controversial speakers coming on college campuses and universities' role in balancing the freedom of speech and them hearing these speakers versus protecting the safety of students.
And as we just heard from several folks, you know, they wanted to come out. This is what attracts them to Charlie Kirk, because they're able to have this type of dialogue on college campuses. Of course, it does come with some controversy. We do want to check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there on campus. And Daniel, you've had a chance to talk to people there about some of the sights and sounds that they saw. And talking to some bystanders earlier today, they talked about a very calm event moments before they heard a shot.
Yeah, in fact, I'm joined by two more Utah Valley University students who told me that they were some of the first actually to arrive this morning for this event. Logan and Raleigh here. Logan, we'll start with you. What kind of set the scene for me? What was it like this morning when you got here, and then tell me what happened?
Yeah, we arrived, I want to say, an hour and a half before everything went on, and there's a couple hundred people here, pretty chill. But then as things went on, people just gathered. I would say there's thousands of people here. And we thought things were just a little unsecure. We thought, you know.
In terms of security getting in?
Yeah, security getting in. There weren't a lot of officers around, police officers. So we just thought things, I don't know, just it didn't seem right from the beginning, in my opinion.
Raleigh, as you were there, what did you notice as the crowd was kind of settling in, and who was there?
Yeah, so we were all there. We were having a good time, excited to see Charlie. The majority of us were, we support Charlie, and there's a group of other people that were kind of antagonizing us up on this bridge up here. And I don't know, there's definitely some kind of bad feelings towards each other, but we didn't think much of it. Like, we thought the security was a little bit off. Like, there wasn't many people looking around to see if anything suspicious was going on. But I don't know, it's a tragic thing that happened, and really sad, and we don't really wish that on anybody.
And Raleigh, when it happened, where were you, and what did you see or hear?
Yeah, so me and Logan and a couple other my buddies, we were, I don't know, 15 feet away from Charlie, give or take.
Like 5 rows back about.
Maybe 5 rows back. And all of a sudden, after the first questionnaire, the person asked a question, the second guy walked up, he started saying something, and then we just heard a pop. It sounded like a firework, but it just echoed around. No one really knew what was going on. And everyone kind of just got stunned for like 3 seconds, and then everybody just dogpiled on top of everybody, trying to get low to the ground, mass chaos, and it was pretty scary. Everybody was like freaking out, trying to find people they're with, make sure they're safe. And we didn't know if there was going to be more shots fired or anything. We were like, I had no idea.
Logan, were you watching the stage where Charlie was speaking when he was shot?
Yeah, so I actually saw it happen, and it was really disturbing. You know, he fell back, and we all dropped. He was rushed off, and then we all just ran towards this way, like through that bridge under there. So, yeah, it was just really disturbing, hard to watch.
We know that this event had attracted some controversy with the petition to try to cancel it, but as you were here and as the event began, I mean, I imagine that it felt like you were surrounded by people who were like-minded or who at least supported him being here to speak.
Yeah, I would say majority of the crowd is for him. You know, there was a lot of chants going on. A lot of the people were for Charlie. There were some people in the back that were, you know, against him, but I would say majority were for him.
And as you've processed what happened, I mean, it's been now I guess a couple of hours, I don't even know what time it is, but what's been going through your mind as you've just sort of been replaying what you watched?
Just, I'm lost for words. I don't know. It's something we'll remember for the rest of our lives, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Obviously super sad and tragic, and I think it's sad that we can't even have a civil conversation anymore. Yeah. It just turns into stuff like this. Like, he has an open mic. Like, if you disagree with him, come talk to him. But apparently that's not what some people want to do, and they want to just have violence and lash out instead of talking through things.
And we love Charlie. We hope he's okay. Yeah, we're praying for him, and yeah, we hope everything's all right.
And in terms of engaging with him, that's, as I understand, the point of the tour, correct? Is that he'll answer questions and that it's a back-and-forth engagement.
That's exactly right. So if you disagree with him, he welcomes you up, and he'll try to be respectful. Some people aren't respectful to him, and it kind of gets heated sometimes, but he's open to discuss things with you, and he tries to keep an open mind. So I just think it's sad that other people won't give him the same kind of courtesy.
Well, you guys are students here. You're from Utah County. Any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Just prayers out to Charlie and his family. and stay safe. Yeah.
Well, Logan and Raleigh, I appreciate it. Thank you for spending a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
So some more perspectives here from the west side of the Utah Valley University campus. And campus is closed now as a result of this shooting for the rest of the day. No classes are being held. I did want to note that I got an alert from BYU, which is not too many miles from here in Provo. They sent out an alert noting that their campus remains open, but that they do have increased security and police presence as a result of what happened here at neighboring Utah Valley University. So a lot of surrounding institutions and organizations are closely watching what's happened and waiting for more information. Obviously, a lot is still unknown right now, but you heard from these witnesses what they saw, what they heard as they were just behind me here where the event was taking place. The tent where Charlie Kirk was speaking is literally a few yards away from where we're standing right now on the west side of UVU. Back to you.
Yeah, Daniel, that was some really stark testimony and things that they witnessed today. You know, I had another thought as we were seeing the video from Chopper 5 of those bleachers, an event that had been full just moments before and was now, you see, littered with backpacks and with water bottles. And it's a hard contrast to see an event where people are having open discourse to one where they obviously fled in fear and just left everything behind. That was I don't know,
it's very telling, isn't it?
It is. It says a lot just by what's left behind.
And we've been hearing accounts all afternoon long from our news specialists that out there on campus. We want to check back in with Dan Rescon. And Dan, you have been speaking to so many people there that they're just willing to share their insights and what they saw, some describing it as traumatic and something they're never going to forget.
Yeah, that's exactly right, boy. These stories that we're hearing out here on campus are just pretty incredible right now. But we're about 2 hours after the shooting here. Things are finally starting to clear up out here. That's UCCU Center there, just over here. So we're on the north side of it, and as you can see, the traffic right now beginning to clear up. It's pretty much opened up right around in this area also. So it's finally starting to kind of get that congestion out of the way here. But we're going to bring in Gordon Ramses. Now, Gordon, you were actually there at the event also. We've been hearing a lot of stories from people that were there at the event. You were kind of behind the event, and as far as like some windows were right there, and then you were seeing. What did you see exactly from your vantage point?
So like you said, I was like in the Hall of Flags building. I was behind the window. When I heard the shots, I didn't see where the shot came from. Of course, when that shot happened, everybody from my building ducked down. I ducked down as well, and like before I ducked down, I got like a little glimpse at Charlie Kirk, and there was blood all over his shoulder and on his left shoulder, and that is pretty devastating to see. I wish I could unsee that, but that was pretty traumatizing and stuff.
We've heard a lot of that. Your reaction that something would happen like that right here at UVU. I mean, this is obviously a very safe campus, a lot of good students here, a lot of good people. Your reaction?
Yeah, no, like you said, like there's a lot of good people, like friends, professors. This is UVU is the place for you, and like so far, like it's been an awesome experience. For something that to happen is just really devastating, and I can't believe it happened right here.
Kind of describe a little bit of the chaos there is what we heard as far as people kind of running and kind of getting out of the way there. I mean, there's some shock there, but tell us kind of what you saw when people started to kind of get out of the way.
So yeah, when I saw the one, like after the shot, everybody from the courtyard started running away. Everybody from my building started running away. But me, like I was like a little shocked, so like, I couldn't really move. So I was just standing in one spot, ducking my head down. For some reason, I don't know why I didn't run away. I was just like, oh my goodness, is this really happening? So at first I was like, is this really happening? And yeah, so then like after like everybody was cleared out, I finally got up and looked at the aftermath, and it was pretty devastating.
And tell me a little bit about coming back to school now. Of course, campus is closed right now. Yeah. Your thoughts about coming back to school? Is that going to be a little traumatic?
I mean, for me, it won't be dramatic. It'll just be like another day, another like life. I mean, yeah, did it traumatize me? Yeah, but like I'm not going to think about it too much. Of course, like, will it traumatize me for life, forever? Yeah, it will, but you know, all this is like keeping positive, having positive minds, and like having like Jesus and God on your side. So, but like for other students, they're probably traumatized to come back here. I can't imagine what other students have to go through, especially something similar to mine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. That's Gordon Ramsey's just joining us here on campus. Again, we're hearing a lot of the same kind of stories here. A lot of trauma here as far as these students are concerned, a lot of shock, a lot of disbelief that something like that would just happen right there in the middle of the day. It seemed like a very safe venue. It seemed like a very safe area, of course, and then to have something like that happen and to witness something like that. And not only did they witness it, but it was very traumatic as far as what they witnessed. You know, to be able to see someone actually get hit with a bullet, blood coming out, and then that person dropping to the ground. So everybody out here, a lot of people saying that are praying for Charlie, hoping that he will be able to recover right now. But again, campus is finally starting to clear out in this area again, as we mentioned, just on the north side here of the UCCU Center Arena. And boy, traffic is really kind of moving forward finally, but it took a couple of hours to be able to get everybody out of here. But man, it was quite the traffic jam. A lot of police presence still out here in this area. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Dan Rascon reporting live from UVU campus. Thank you, Dan.
One thing I'm seeing on social media here, just in the last half hour, UVU has put on Twitter, not Twitter, X, that campus is closed, class is canceled. We knew that, but they're still calling on people who are on campus to shelter in place. You know, that coincides, you know, with information that we've learned that the university has now said they do not have a suspect in custody. So just keeping you up to date. We can't confirm the suspect of the status of the suspect, but within the last half hour, the university is still urging people to secure in place until police officers can escort you safely off campus. Let's go now to Alex Cabrero, who has been on campus. Alex, what are you hearing out there in your vantage point now?
Yeah, we made it a little further onto campus from where the parking lot was, and you just mentioned that police are asking those still inside the school to shelter in place until an officer can maybe escort them to a parking lot or to their car. And that's what we've seen a little bit here and there. A lot of police officers here near the UCC Center, and then right behind us over here, I mean, there are several police officers from all sorts of different agencies, not only in Utah County, but I've noticed a few from outside of Utah County as well, just all helping to be a part of this. And just a few seconds, oh yeah, up there you can see the DPS helicopter, Department of Public Safety, up in the air as well. Now, one thing, hearing that maybe a suspect is not in custody at this point. Originally, we were hearing that there was a suspect in custody, and it kind of let a lot of people here on campus that we saw students leaving the area maybe think a little bit like, okay, let's just leave, everything's okay. But now hearing that a suspect may not be in custody, it's kind of amped things up just a little bit again with students, as they're saying, is it's safe to get out of here. And last we heard again that if you are in a building right now, shelter in place and wait for a police officer to come get you. But as you can see, I mean, just the parking lot here, it was definitely full a little while ago. Still a lot of cars here from those that are sheltering in place and such like that. But just waiting now to get the official word that it might be okay to come out. And here you can see a police officer right here armed and just making sure everything is tip-top on this end before maybe letting some students that are still in the building out of the building. So we'll continue to stay here. In fact, I was just chatting with an employee, a source of mine, somebody that I've known for a few years, saying that they were inside their offices right back in here. They were brought to the baseball field, and now they have been moved from the baseball field as they still try to figure out exactly what's going on with the suspect and everything about safety on that sort of thing. So again, we'll continue to stay here. We'll walk around, chat with some more people, and try to update you with more information as it becomes available.
Thank you so much. Alex Cabrero reporting live from us from UVU campus. And just want to bring your attention to the screen here. We were just looking at chopper video there, and we had just mentioned that Utah Valley University had sent out a post on X reminding folks that the campus is closed right now. Classes have since been canceled. And as we've been talking about talking to our reporters, there's still people trickling in, but as you can see from the Chopper 5 footage here, we did see what appeared to be law enforcement going door to door from building to building, and that coincides with what UVU has posted on X. They are making sure that the campus is secure. They're going building to building. If you are on campus, they are escorting people safely off campus. They're just reminding people to please clear out the campus again, because UVU had reported just within minutes that they do not have a suspect in custody. So this is going to be something that they're actively pursuing right now, as we're showing you that Chopper 5 footage where police are going building to building. They're going to be escorting people off campus, making sure that the campus is safe and secure.
Let's go now to Mike Hedrick, who is on the UVU campus. So, Mike, just within the last few minutes, UVU is calling this an unfolding situation. We're still seeing officers going in. What can you tell us from what you're seeing?
Yeah, as officers are going in, everyone else is coming out. So you can look in the parking lot right here. This is the main entrance of UVU where that roundabout is, and it gets pretty busy during school time. I have never seen this many emergency vehicles in one spot at one time. It's incredible. An armored car is behind me as well. You have SWAT, multiple SWAT agencies that are here. So again, when you look at all these flashing lights, all these emergency vehicles, if there's any question how seriously they're taking it, that's it right there. And so I've spoken to a number of students who were here on campus. As Alex talked about a little bit earlier, as they go inside these buildings here, room by room, clearing things out, they're not letting anyone in. We have one student that I overheard she was trying to get inside there and get her laptop. They're like, sorry, give me your name and number. We can get that to you later, but now's not the time to do so. So right now they're clearing everything out. I'll tell you, I parked about a mile or so away. That's how far I had to be away in then order to walk all the way in here. And again, here we are 2 hours after this shooting. You still have this police presence, and you still have the traffic that you do of people just trying to get out of here. Again, Alex commented on the investigative part of this. We're still in the early moments of this, as you know. Even a couple hours in, it's still early. They're still trying to gather what information. They're just trying to make sure everyone is safe at this point. And I think once everyone is considered to be safe and there doesn't appear to be any further threats in the area, that's when they're going to come out. That's where they're going to discuss and tell us what they know so far. I spoke with one individual, actually a member of the basketball team here at UVU. He was in the parking lot trying to get out just like everyone else. He said he was there maybe 20, 30 yards away at this event. And when he saw Charlie get shot, he said, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And so that seems to be the same thing we're hearing from a number of other people. And as soon as he was shot, he said it appeared he was shot in his neck and then he dropped. Again, these are witness statements. These are things that we have seen, or they have seen, and they're sharing with us. None of this has been officially confirmed, so we're waiting on that. But again, Deanie, as we look at this main entrance here to UVU, what the feel is, it's quiet right now, other than you just see all of these lights. And I dare say most of those cars are empty right now. Police presence is heavy on campus right now. We'll continue and follow it, and if anything changes, we'll let you know.
Mike, we appreciate that update, and we've got another update. This is from NBC News. President Trump is posting on Truth Social just within the last few minutes. He has reported that Charlie Kirk has died. Again, we are just seeing this as we're reporting it. We got it from NBC News, but it is a report from President Trump on his Truth Social
and as
media.
That is just really some unsettling news, especially based on the accounts that we've been hearing from bystanders who were there, witnesses, students who had gone to this event just 2 hours ago, coinciding with what they saw. Reports also confirmed by AP that he was shot in the neck. Very traumatic for those people that we have been hearing from. And now to get a post from President Donald Trump stating, in fact, that 31-year-old Charlie Kirk has died.
We've been seeing all afternoon. It's a sobering update, because we've been seeing all afternoon leaders from the state, leaders from the political parties, even on the national level, sending their prayers, their concerns for Charlie Kirk and for Utah and the students and everybody who was involved in that. It's hard news to process on top of what everybody has already been through down there.
And we have been talking about UVU campus as well. Classes canceled today, campus closed. Police saying that everybody needs to clear out to make sure that the campus is secure and safe. We do have our reporters who have been there on scene, and they've been talking to some folks there about their perspective about what they saw there at that event. Let's go to Jody Reynosa now. Jody, what can you tell us?
Well, it's a very solemn feeling right now. As reporters talked about before, it's quieted down here. The parking lots are very thin. You don't see, the stream of cars trying to make that egress, out of campus. A lot quieter than before, but we did see those SWAT sheriff, big vehicles coming in here to make sure things are safe or to see what they can do, figure out what they can do. We're hearing DPS helicopters overhead. I am with a high school senior from Cedar Valley High School. Kylie Stauffer joins me, and she was here. She wasn't expecting to go see Charlie Kirk. She was actually here to support Ryder, who I spoke with earlier, but we're going to go to her and see what was that feeling like when you heard people coming out and screaming.
It's a very surreal, scary moment, not knowing what's going on with everybody around, and it's like, where are they? That's the scariest part, not knowing where they are and wondering if you guys are safe and if, everybody else is safe.
And you happen to be here to give support to Ryder, who was taking a test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what is your family, your friends, is there a flurry of text messages coming in saying, are you okay?
So many text messages, are you okay? What's going on? I heard it on the news. A lot coming in.
What is your feeling, though? I mean, not too common that this happens around these parts.
No, it's very scary, especially it's very shock. I feel like we're all still in shock. Like, it just hasn't, set in all the way because we're all just, hearing everything as it's coming in.
And now hearing that Charlie Kirk has passed from this horrific shooting, what are your feelings?
Super sad. I don't even know what to feel at this point because it's all just happened so fast and just very sad, feel bad for his family and everybody else.
Any of your actions or your path forward in your mind, has that kind of changed, or has the trajectory changed being that this happened? I mean, you're in high school. I mean, are you thinking about, okay, what precautionary measures do I need to take if I decide to go to college around here?
Yeah, it really makes you realize that, the world is very real. We're not going to be protected much longer as we're in high school, realizing that I need to look at things when I go to college like that and realize there's the world out there.
What are the drills like at Cedar Valley High School for something like this?
I don't know, just locked down in our classrooms. We actually had one a few years back, so just kind of staying put until we get there okay.
So you had one at the school not too long ago, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, and then now this. What is your take on everything? If you could talk to the people who can't be here right now, maybe high school students across the country, what would you tell them?
That's a loaded question. Stay safe, I don't know, just really realize there's real things out there and you need to take those precautions and keep yourself out of those harmless situations if possible.
Thank you so much, Kylie. All right, so a very solemn, quiet scene here. People are still in shock. They are just, trying to grapple with what's going on. But I will send it back to you.
Reynosa reporting live for us from the UVU campus, talking to folks there. Again, just getting the news moments ago. President Trump posting on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, has died.
Yeah, we just are seeing also a post on social media from Governor Cox, who says he just got off the phone with President Trump, working with the FBI and the Utah law enforcement to bring this individual to justice after this tragedy. He and his wife Abby are heartbroken. Tough news. Everyone is reeling from this because it's been such a traumatic event to happen in our state, on our campus, to expose so many young people to something like this, and we all are going to be grieving this together. Let's go to this special report from NBC for a moment and see what they are reporting at that level.
Life. That someone who engaged, exercised his democratic rights, both encouraged and provoked those to share ideas, and violence has apparently taken his life, according to President Trump. Tom?
Yeah, Kelly, we have covered politics, you and I, for a while now, and I don't know if we have seen, as you described it, a season of political violence like this, starting in Butler with the assassination attempt on President Trump that came so very close, just inches away, as we all saw in the photos and the video, and as the president has described, a second assassination attempt on his life. What happened just recently in Minnesota with those lawmakers assassinated literally on their front doorstep? And now you have Charlie Kirk, who was never elected, never held office, a political activist, a young man, now shot in cold blood in front of a very friendly crowd from the eyewitnesses we have spoken to. In a very sick type of irony, Charlie's group was called Turning Point because he thought there was a turning point now in politics with President Trump and where the Republican Party had gone. And Kelly, you wonder if now in his death, there may be a turning point when it comes to politics in this country. I mean, how will political activists, any type of political speech now, happen in America, right, when you have something like this happen in a place where someone thought he was speaking to a friendly crowd?
Well, certainly it was a largely friendly crowd. I mean, Utah, which is certainly conservative, a university-based, the kind of group of followers who would know who Charlie Kirk is right off the bat, a figure who lived on their phones and in their social media, ever present in those ways. We have seen over time when there are these wrenching moments of political violence, there are waves of what happens. Initially, there is the shock. There is bipartisan or across the spectrum condemnation of political violence. There are inevitably questions about the availability of guns and questions of security. Obviously, our elected senior leaders have intense security around them. But on a campus, a political actor like Charlie Kirk, you would have basic security, local law enforcement, campus police, that kind of thing. You would not have the kind of screening that would prevent weapons. We're also talking about an outdoor event where you could have long-range kind of ability to assess a situation on the part of a gunman or gunwoman, a shooter. And so there are so many questions to be filled out. But I think there will certainly be a moment to again address what is the place of violence. Are our politics so poisonous that people cannot control the impulse to act out? Those are societal issues. Right now, we're still in the early fact gathering. There'll be a period of acknowledging his life, those who will grieve his memory, and then what are the next steps?
Yeah, Kelly, stand by for us. I want to bring in former White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley, a friend of Charlie Kirk, who was just texting with him yesterday, and he was on the House floor moments ago during a moment of silence. Hogan, first, I am so sorry for your loss. You knew Charlie. Talk to me about what you remember about him and what this moment means right now. It is so incredibly sad for those people that were close to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for having me. I remember working in the first Trump administration in the White House, and Charlie would come by, and we would all kind of look and say, "Who is this kid? What does he think he's doing?" He's so ambitious, and he's so talented at this young age, and we all kind of gravitated toward him. We watched what he was doing with the youth across this country, not afraid to go into hostile areas and have a debate over ideas. No violence, altercations other than verbal, because that's what the country is all about, disagreeing. And he built a brand, he built an entity, he built a movement based on the ability to come together and have these sensible, honest conversations with statistics, with data. And just watching him do that, it was just awe-inspiring for someone like me who's been in this movement for such a long time, and to watch him at such a young age be able to capture the hearts and minds of so many across the country really was a blessing to me. I will tell you, we were texting just the other day, as you mentioned. He was supposed to go speak at my alma mater at the end of October at Ole Miss, the University of Mississippi in Oxford, and I told him I saw that he was coming, and he knew I went there. He said, "Oh, you have to come to that. We're going to have a great time." And so I was trying to plan a trip down to Oxford to be with him, and now this happens today, and I'm so sad to think of his wife and his children who were left behind after this tragedy, but I'm also filled with rage to think someone would do something like this simply for disagreeing with somebody politically. We don't know the motivations yet, but obviously they didn't like Charlie. But there's no place for political violence in this country. This shooter is grotesque, is vile, is a disgusting person, and as Kelly said, as you said, we're going to wait and see more information as it comes out. But right now, I think a lot of people are in shock. A lot of people are angry. And a lot of people are sad at what just occurred.
Hogan, you can never get in the mind of somebody who would want to assassinate a political figure, a public figure, right? Likely they have some type of issues. What was it, you think, about Charlie that would compel someone to do this, in the sense that he, like I said to Kelly, he was not elected. He had never held political office, but he had a huge platform, millions of followers on social media. But he's not a household name. If you're not really into politics, you likely don't know who Charlie Kirk is. And maybe even if you're not into Republican politics, you have never heard of him. We know him because we work in this space. You work with him closely, as you had said. But what do you think it was about Charlie that would have prompted somebody to do something as vile and as violent as this?
Well, there is nothing about Charlie that would, should, or could push somebody to do something like this. That is unacceptable, regardless of your thoughts of his policies or his positions. There is no excuse, there is no reason, there is no rationale for this behavior in any form or fashion. I don't care what Charlie Kirk said, what he did, no excuse for this at all. And what is so frustrating is, as the tensions in this country continue to get ratcheted up, you brought this up at the beginning of the segment, we had a former president, a candidate, dodge a bullet in reality, was shot in the ear, and then another assassination attempt was foiled. And now we have someone like Charlie Kirk as well. You mentioned not elected, true, but someone who just wanted to go on these college campuses, and as they used to be places we could share ideas and debate ideas, it seems like they've become petri dishes or cesspools for silencing and censoring voices that differ with your opinions. And so there is no reason for anyone to want to attack Charlie Kirk. There is no reason that is legitimate by any stretch of the imagination. We don't know this person. We don't know the motivation, as you said. However, this is just flat out evil.
Yeah, flat out evil, and it speaks to sort of how large of a figure Charlie had become, if you will, Hogan, right? He had become someone who, when we just see that video in Utah, thousands of people had shown up.
We've been listening in to NBC News special report on Charlie Kirk, confirmed by President Donald Trump on Truth Social. 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University State Campus earlier today at an event that was fairly a friendly crowd. As you know, if you are familiar with Charlie Kirk, he is on this America Comeback tour where he travels across the nation to different college campuses where there is debates and political discourse. And we have been getting statements from, as you can imagine, from local leaders. We want to share with you what Governor Spencer Cox has written on X. In part, it says, quote, "Working with the FBI and Utah law enforcement, we will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy. We are praying for Charlie's wife, daughter, and son." And we should note UVU has confirmed they do not have a suspect in custody at this time, Deanie.
And here's a statement from President Trump. "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." Those are the latest developments, even as we are still seeing troops and police officers, law enforcement, going into buildings on campus. Let's check back in with Mike Hedrick to see the latest now that this information has been confirmed. Mike?
Yeah, so Deanie, again, I'm right here at the center. Anyone who knows and comes off of University Avenue comes through this area. This huge roundabout here on UVU's campus. This is where you go to park, and you can see all other cars have been cleared out. Look around here. You can just see a lot of flashing lights, police vehicles. I'll tell you, I tried to count, and I've never seen so many emergency crews or vehicles on a scene. There's got to be anywhere from 50 to 75 of these vehicles throughout the parking lot. And then you can multiply that by whatever number as far as the number of police and other emergency personnel who are here on scene. It's incredible, the presence. But it seems quiet on campus. Other than seeing all of this law enforcement here, it is quiet for the most part. They're clearing room by room many of these buildings right now, the classrooms, to make sure everyone is out, everyone is safe, and making sure that there are no other threats. As far as I have heard or talking to anyone else, it doesn't seem like there are any other active threats, but they can't take that for granted. They can't take that risk, and they need to make sure that everything is cleared before
they move forward and continue on with the investigation here. Again, I've spoken to a number of people today who are right up close, probably within 15, 20 yards. I got a couple of guys right here who were actually asking questions before that final question was asked, and that's when Charlie got shot. So right now with me is Henry. Henry, I appreciate the time. You also got Ryan over here, right? So, Henry, you asked a question right before the individual did after you. What did he ask, and then what happened?
So, basically, he just asked questions about transgenderism, and it led into like transgender violence and shooters and stuff like that, based off of, you know, what's been happening around the country, and it's just been a problem. But I just thought it was very hard to reconcile for a while there. I think I was just in a state of shock. But the fact that it was like 10 to 20 seconds after I walked away, I turned back and I see Charlie just gushing blood from his neck. And after that, you have a random old kook who has no weapon but confesses to the shooting for some reason. And I'm not okay with that, because that took up a lot of cops that were there at the time that could have been searching for the shooter, because the shooter's at large. We don't know where he's at. They're, like you said, they're clearing room by room. And I think a lot of us are super angry. A lot of us are super angry because it's just a lot.
So you're telling me that the person, that older gentleman who we've seen video on social media, who claims to possibly have shot him, you're saying you don't believe he was the shooter?
He didn't have a gun. He didn't have a weapon on him. He just confessed to it, and they grabbed him, pulled him over. Because I'll tell you this, I was there about an hour and a half before the thing even started, before everyone showed up, and he was going around and talking to any conservatives and stuff, just bashing Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's this, Charlie Kirk's a racist, Charlie Kirk's blah, 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 blah. And he was just making a scene. And it doesn't surprise me. He didn't, from what I could tell, he didn't have anything on him. If they did, I don't think they would be looking for the shooter, because they would, if it was him, they would have the weapon with him, but it wasn't there. So that's the whole thing.
And you've heard since in the last moments, President Trump sent out as well on social media that he passed away.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I had a friend actually who just sent me a message. There are a bunch of friends who've seen me already on the news and stuff have been messaging me, telling me like, yeah, dude, he didn't make it. And I think me and Ryan and a whole bunch of us are just fed up with it. We don't know. There's stuff that needs to happen. It needs to change. Opinions shouldn't lead to shootings. I'm sorry.
I think most people would probably agree with that.
Yes,
you
sir.
hope so, at least.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Henry. Ryan, let me talk to you a little bit, and you can stay here as well, Henry, if you'd like. Talk to me about where you were. Were you two together when this happened, or where were you standing?
No, I was about 50 feet away. I was in the thick of the crowd. I was working my way up to the stand to ask Charlie some questions. At that moment that the shot rang out, I look over and I see Charlie Kirk slump over for just a split second, and the crowd just pushes back. There's a huge stampede pushing back. People are jumping into the fountain. People are running towards the building. I stuck around, tried to stay away out of everybody's way, pulled out my phone, started to take some video. I got down there closer to the stand, and there was very little police presence. However, at that time, I believe that was when they had taken Charlie away. That's when they had already taken the alleged suspect away. But as Henry mentioned, with that suspect, we were talking to somebody from Deseret News who said they recognize this individual, and he goes to political events. He goes to a lot of events with news and with media, and he tries to
Stork attention.
Yep, he tries to gain attention, tries to take credit for what's going on, and here he is jumping up right after the shot saying he did it. So that's really concerning to know, and I mean, hence the police presence that we see here today. It looks like they have not apprehended the actual shooter.
Did you see the shot fired?
I didn't. It did sound like it came from the right side of me, and I tried to look, but I was getting pushed back by the crowd. I was talking to a professor who works here, and he said with the view that anybody could have had of Charlie, it could have been from 200 yards away. So I think that's why we're seeing drones in the air. That's why we've got helicopters in the air. We have a SWAT response. We're seeing snipers. So I think they're still trying to figure out really where the shot came from.
Last thing I'll ask you, you described the chaos. What were you feeling and thinking in the middle of that chaos immediately after shots were fired?
I was thinking there is no way that this can be real. being here in Utah where it's relatively safe, at UVU campus, where there's a lot of like-minded individuals. You always hear people say you never think it's going to happen to you. I have a different mindset. I think of always being prepared, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I hope that everybody who's seeing this event unfold, I hope that this is their call to action, to speak up, to stand out, to make change, because this is unacceptable. We can't live like this.
And I'll ask you, we've heard this a lot from people about there needs to be a change, from people who were there on campus. We hear this from politicians as well. What is that change? What's going to change somebody from doing something like this?
Like I said, we were speaking to a teacher earlier, and he was talking about how practically the entire university, the chair, the president, the chair, no one was informed. No one was informed that that there was not going to be enough security or anything. Some people were in class not even knowing Charlie was coming. I don't think that's okay, especially after what happened in Butler in Pennsylvania with President Trump and all this stuff. We know that this violence exists, and we all know that Utah's had a lot of progressives come into the state, and with the same old rhetoric that leads to instances like this. And I think it's the rhetoric of people saying like, oh, well, we saw people that were smiling when it happened. We saw people that were like, oh, good shot. All from, this certain group of people.
That's not right. That's not right. Both of you, thank you very much. I appreciate taking the time. I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah,
I appreciate you sharing your stories and your eyewitness accounts. So thank you.
Yes,
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
So, Deanie, as we kind of wrap up that conversation, it's very similar to a lot of other people we spoke with. It's really a surreal situation that happened here. Conservative town USA, that's really what this is. And so a lot of people would not think that something like this would happen. And again, we're still trying to figure it out. Police are still trying to figure out. You still wouldn't have this presence out here if they weren't still trying to figure out exactly what happened. So we hope to get some of those answers at some point today, but I think it may take a while. Back to you.
Yeah, it's disturbing to even hear that kind of testimony and those kind of interviews from students, from young people who had to witness that kind of stuff.
Again, if you are just joining us, President Trump confirmed on a post on Truth Social, Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, has died after being shot at an event held at Utah Valley University just a couple of hours ago. And I just wanted to read a little portion of that post from President Trump, where he says, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us." And President Trump also added, "Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family." And also we are getting a statement from Senator Mike Lee from Utah, who had posted, "Charlie Kirk was an American patriot, an inspiration to countless young people to stand up and defend the timeless truths that make our country great. This murder was a cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie and the students who gathered."
So as police on campus continue escorting people out of buildings and off campus, they continue to tell people to shelter in place until they can be escorted off, and presumably they continue to look for the suspect. We're just trying to bring you updated information as we can see it coming out. One of the latest bits that we've seen is an update from the University of Utah. They are open, but they did issue a safety alert encouraging people to be extra precautious, but then to also recognize that they have extra security on campus for the events all this week. Let's go to Andrew, who is also on campus. Andrew, you've been talking to people all day. What have you got at your location?
Well, actually, I just wanted to give you a quick scene setter of what we're looking at, because as this situation is getting sorted out and they're going room to room, we're seeing some swift movement over here just south of the Vigil Gateway building, which is directly south of where the shooting took place. And so you see that this Jeep that is speeding off here, it looked like a few guys dressed in fatigues getting into that vehicle and heading off quickly. Just before that, we saw like I would call it a Bearcat-like truck. I don't know if that's the actual description. It also took off in a hurry. Just prior to that, we saw people in SWAT gear as we're just looking at that vehicle exiting. We did see some swift movements. We saw some police running south, but at the same time, we saw some people rushing into the Gateway building. Again, they're in the process of clearing campus, so walking and going place to place, that can be expected, but we just saw law enforcement rushing to a different location unknown to us, and so that makes you wonder exactly what is going on with those people right now. But just wanted to give you an idea of the situation, that it is continuing to evolve here with the police response. And again, just resetting, if you're just tuning into us, we saw several SWAT people get in vehicles and book it that way, and then up out toward the south end of campus. So we don't know exactly where they are going. Just prior to that, though, and this, I just want to point you this way, as you see, well, between the trees, you might be able to see the legs of a SWAT officer rushing in toward this building. We've seen a lot of attention on the Fugel Gateway building, which is what this is, again, directly south of the shooting area. And so presumably going in to clear it, but we don't know if there is anything more pressing than that in this building. But again, in a larger scale process of clearing the entire campus, can't imagine how a grueling of a process that is, understanding how many rooms there are on a college campus where as many as 50,000 students go to school. It's just wild. But that's what we've just been seeing in the last few minutes. We'll toss it back to the studio, try and see if we can get some more information at some point.
All right, Andrew Adams reporting live from UVU campus for us with that update. Thank you.
We appreciate just the updated information and seeing that this is still, UVU has reported, this is still an unfolding situation. We're seeing that. Police dogs still on campus, officers still speeding to different places. We don't know what the latest developments are, but we will keep you posted, and that's why we keep checking in with our various reporters who are in different spots on campus. Let's check in with Dan Rascone. Dan, any movement on your end of campus?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing out here on our end also. We're along University Avenue here and also I-15. You can see officers just behind me here. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here, but they're trying to get out of the way as far as getting over the curb here and flipping themselves around so they can race off to another area. So I'm not exactly sure where these officers are going, but they seem to be heading down towards I-15. That's basically the northbound lanes there of I-15. We see another one racing off right there. So something must be going on where we could obviously see officers jumping in the vehicles right here. And as you see, here we go. Another car that's going to be heading kind of the entrance here. This is the entrance to northbound I-15 along basically right next to the UVU. So I don't know if maybe there's somebody that's been found or the possible shooter that's been located or what happens there. But again, we're seeing a lot of activity, a lot of SWAT members also running across campus to a variety of different areas. But you can just give you a little bit of a picture here. If you were to come off of I-15 here and University, you could see, and then you start heading basically towards UVU, just all this police force right here in this area. And then as we kind of flip around here, it's just completely congested here. And then we go all the way to where that roundabout is, kind of where Mike Hedrick is. And that's where you see all of the congestion there with all of the police officers and all of the agencies from a variety of different places. But again, as everybody's been kind of mentioning here, suddenly we're starting to see a lot of activity as far as officers racing off to different locations. What's interesting, though, is that we saw some officers going this way. Now we see these officers coming our way here. So again, we're not really exactly sure what's happening, but apparently there's still a lot of activity as far as officers try to get to a variety of different locations right now. But the stories have just been horrendous to be able to hear some of these students describe exactly what they saw out there. We've been hearing all day long here, one story after another, about the trauma that they experienced as they saw Charlie get shot there. Many of them describing in detail kind of what happened, where the bullet hit, the blood that they saw. So many of these students are saying it's going to be difficult to get back to campus here. And that's going to be one of the big questions here, is trying to get back to campus and trying to get back to reality again as far as getting back to their studies. This is an experience that many of these students told us time and time again that they will never forget, that this is something that they'll never forget in a lifetime. And so very sad, very tragic what happened here, very upsetting. But again, a lot of police activity kind of happening here and there behind us. Another vehicle here, another city police officer from Orem trying to get out to get to another location. So again, we're just seeing this kind of spread out as far as officers trying to get to different locations. If we can find anything out as to what's happening out here, we'll, of course, bring you the latest. Deanie, back to you.
Yeah, great job out there, Dan, and we just appreciate the perspective as we unfold and learn more details. And to that end, we just got a statement from Utah Valley University, still offering a phone number to students or anyone who might still be on campus if they need a police escort out. So as recently as within the last few minutes, they're encouraging people to call a number so they can get escorted out of a building or off campus, and that is an active situation for people who are still on the campus.
And Deanie, we are continuing to get reaction, basically, from the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm just receiving one here from State Senator Mike McKell here from Utah, who posted on X, Charlie Kirk was a father.
Escort out. So as recently as within the last few minutes, they're encouraging people to call a number so they can get escorted out of a building or off campus, and that is an active situation for people who are still on the campus.
And Deanie, we are continuing to get reaction, basically, from the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm just receiving one here from State Senator Mike McKell here from Utah, who posted on X, Charlie Kirk was a father, a husband, a family member, and a friend to many. This violence needs to stop. I'm praying for his family. This loss is immense. Well, let's go check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there on the UVU campus for us. Daniel.
Yeah, so we're on the west side, and if you look just over there, that is where the shooting of Charlie Kirk happened. You see a tent. On the outside, it says, "Prove Me Wrong." That was the name of his tour, and he was speaking in that tent on a chair. We've seen from videos on social media, and there were people on those bleacher-type areas watching and listening when the shots rang out. We've seen police officers over there. In fact, a little bit ago, an interesting sight, there is a walkway, a sort of a sky bridge just before the tent, and we saw a number of SWAT officers running, and that's kind of lines up with what Dan has reported and Mike, that there seems to be this activity on campus as there is confusion and uncertainty about exactly where the shooter is or shooters. We don't know a lot of information. As we know, UVU initially said a suspect was in custody, and now reports from NBC News and others say that a suspect is not in custody. And so some of us in the media have been just talking among ourselves about wondering about where we're located and what else might be going on here on campus. I also want to have my photographer pan off to the right there. You can see in the parking lot directly to the south of where we are a number of law enforcement officers. I don't know what agency they're from, but they were just patrolling the far west part of campus, and that is something that we have seen more and more of, these uniformed and well-armed law enforcement officers that have been coming to this area to walk around and go toward the area where the shooting took place. We've also been hearing from people who, in fact, let's look over at the building there. It looks as if law enforcement officers are actually escorting some people out of the building there. It looked to me like they were students, but we've been told that UVU has given people a number to call if they were still on campus. People have been told to shelter in place, and I'd like to actually run over and see if I can talk to them, so I'll send it back to you for right now, guys.
Okay, Daniel Woodruff reporting from us, UVU. Obviously a very fluid situation. As we were looking at Chopper 5 footage too, showing the police presence there, as we've been telling folks that UVU, the campus is closed and they are escorting people off campus.
And
let's go ahead.
And that's actively happening as we see it. Okay, yeah, see, we are seeing law enforcement in what looks like tactical gear escorting people off campus, I can't tell if they're going into a building or out of one, but they're still a clear presence on the campus, and they are still issuing phone numbers from the university that if you need to be escorted out, stay sheltered in place until someone comes in to get you out and off campus. And it looks like they're going into that building, just to either carry some of that out or to investigate. Yeah, there's still ongoing information that we don't have, but things happening on campus.
And we've been getting different perspectives from our reporters who are fanned out across the campus there. Let's check back in with Alex Cabrero. Alex, tell us where you are and what you've been able to witness right now.
Yeah, we are right at the main entrance to UVU, just off the main highway right here by the Chevron station. And you've seen it from Mike's vantage point and my colleague Dan Rascone, police officers pretty much everywhere. But we just came over here really quickly because we saw a whole bunch of police officers in that tactical gear making their way to this section here. We see a couple of ambulances as well, full lights on and everything. Still waiting for official confirmation on exactly what is happening at this point. But I can tell you, as I know many of us have been saying, I mean, there are police cars from agencies not only in Utah County but Salt Lake County. This is where the cooperation comes in. This is where you see a lot of police training as well. When they do their tactical training, when they enter buildings, when they search for suspects, what they're doing now isn't brand new to these officers. This is something that they constantly train for. They've trained at places like UVU in the past. I know we've done at least one story on some of the training methods that they do. Now it's just a matter really of trying to find the person who did this. We keep hearing that suspect right now is still not in custody. And so where is that person? That's what kind of ratcheted things up here, I'd say, in the past hour or so, simply because first we heard that a suspect was in custody. People seemed calm, seemed relaxed. But when they started hearing that, no, they're still looking for something, that's where a lot of people started saying, well, they look around, you could see them, and just like, well, where might that person be? Is that person still here? That's why police officers, there are dozens and dozens and even more police officers out here just trying to keep things as safe as possible and also escort those students that are still sheltering in place in some of these buildings, bringing those students outside, getting them out to their cars, to waiting loved ones, to friends, so that they can continue on their way. But right now, campus still is officially closed. No classes today. Now it's just a matter of waiting for a press conference or some type of an official statement from UVU. I know that some of the people involved in public communications and such, not only with UVU, but with different agencies here, they're kind of chatting right now in one of the buildings, figuring out how they're going to release information, how they're going to do that. And of course, when we get that, we'll certainly pass that on to you. But again, right now, it's just a matter of waiting for official confirmation on what happened exactly. Where is there a suspect? Do they have any information on the suspect? If they're asking people for any descriptions or anything like that, we're hoping to get some of that information soon, and when we get it, we'll certainly air it so that people will have the latest information that they can have for themselves.
Alex, we appreciate your hard work. I know the questions that you're posing are a lot of questions that our viewers have as well. And as Alex mentioned, there is going to be a press conference there at the UVU campus at 4 o'clock, and hopefully they can shed some light. But as we talked to former law enforcement earlier, this is going to be an investigation days, weeks ahead. So just a note, 4 p.m., which is going to happen here within the next 30 minutes or so. We should hopefully learn a little bit more, as that suspect is still at large.
Yeah, and in the circumstances of that, we're also seeing that there has been notes of a vigil tonight, 7 o'clock, for Charlie Kirk at the Utah State Capitol Rotunda. You know, hundreds, maybe thousands of people witnessed this. Many people just are shocked by this information and that it happened here in Utah. And so there is a chance here to go connect with people and to talk about it and to show your respects tonight at a vigil, 7 o'clock at the Capitol. Let's go to news specialist Jody Reynosa, who is on campus. Jody, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
So we've moved locations from the Wolverine Services, which is the testing center, and we're in between the Clark building and the Liberal Arts building. Right here is Fulton Library, and we are seeing that heavy police presence. In fact, we've had SWAT teams, guns in hand, just, trickling in and out of buildings. At one point, I saw in front of the Fulton Library about 20 SWAT members heading into the library. So it is all hands on deck for law enforcement. I did talk to a member of the SWAT team just briefly, and he said, our directive is basically to go through all of the buildings and make sure that either people are out or if they can't get out, they're sheltered in place. He said, you know, we're seeing teams from Salt Lake, from Orem, from Provo, the SWAT, as I mentioned before. Now, unfortunately, it was a date gone wrong for a student that I'm next to, Nick Ekman. He was so excited to see Charlie, and, you know, he's so sad about this news. Tell us, what were you feeling? What were you seeing when all of this happened?
Yeah, honestly, the fact that it just happened all quickly, and when it just happened, like everything just went crazy. People started running, screaming, shouting, yelling. People didn't know if it was them next. And honestly, for me, I was worried that, you know, I came to see a guy, but this guy was a family man. He had kids. I loved what he was talking about and bringing up that dialogue. And so honestly, my whole purpose in being here and coming today was just to learn a little bit more. And the fact that it ended so quickly, so fast in that way, it scared me, because I felt like, what's going on? Like, what does this mean? What does this mean for like students like me? Like, we can't engage in dialogue without, or even come to a place where we can engage in dialogue. Absolutely did not expect it, wasn't prepared for it mentally and emotionally, even physically, still shaking. A lot of people were shaky. Like, seeing stuff happen that way was insane.
The interesting thing is you came specifically to see him. You are not even a UVU student, you're a BYU senior, and you came here for him. So the fact that all of this unfolded the way it is, or way it did, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, he decided to come to UVU, and I really didn't care. My friends really didn't care. We wanted just to come see him, so we were willing to make the travel plans. I had a buddy saving a seat for me too, and I was super excited. And to see it end just like that, in that horrific fashion, so early in it, was unbelievable and completely uncalled for. Nothing like that should ever happen.
So you were trying to find a parking spot to go in, excited to see Charlie, and then what happened?
People started running out the doors. They started fleeing. People were yelling, not only like obscenities, but they were yelling like, run, 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 because they didn't know what was going on other than there was a bullet shot. And so I had people just running in front of me, running next to me, and I was super nervous, and I was like, I got to get out of here too.
So at the time you were on a date, and then you were coming over here trying to find parking, so that's like a date gone wrong, unfortunately.
Yes, yeah. I like I said, I was coming back from a lunch date, and I decided to come and running a little bit late, and as I was trying to find that parking spot, everybody just started running and mayhem caused. And my buddy had brought his little sister, and so that was one of the things I was concerned about, was, is his little sister okay? Because I knew my buddy was okay, but I was worried that his sister wasn't okay. So I immediately was trying to call him, contact him, and make sure that his sister was okay.
Now, you've received an unofficial text, but you know, with the echo chambers, that, you know, they're hearing all sorts of things. We're trying to sift things out still. Yeah. What was that text that you did get?
Yeah, so I actually just received a text from somebody that is claiming that Charlie Kirk's wife and maybe a kid or both of his kids were actually at the event today. I can't imagine a worse thing for a mother or a child to go through than to see a horrific tragedy like that happen.
What are your thoughts, though, going forward as far as Charlie Kirk and maybe following or even watching reruns? I mean, at this point, what is it?
This is a man who was an incredible father, an example to me on what it's like to be a father to kids and to be an incredible husband to a wife. He pushed that so hard, and for young men like me, all I wanted to be was just to be a great husband and to be a great potential father one day. He's gone now. That means his kids aren't going to be able to see a dad, and his wife is going to have to, you know, live alone without a husband potentially. For me going forward, I want to see dialogue happen, but it cannot end like this. You can disagree with me, I can disagree with you, but I will never ever wish upon anyone their life to be ended with a bullet, any type of weapon in any way. You deserve to live, you have worth and value. I want to engage in dialogue with you, I want to understand you, but I will not disagree with you to the point where I don't believe you belong here on earth. Unfortunately for Charlie today, that's what happened.
Nick, thank you so much for your thoughts. I really appreciate it. Now, again, that was an unofficial text, but that is what Nick was hearing from a friend's text message. And you know, along the same line of thought, a lot of people, a lot of students I've talked to say it's about respect. Even if you don't agree with somebody's political, side that they're on as far as different sides of the aisle or whatever the topic is, it's about respect and having that dialogue without violence. I'll send it back to you.
Jody Reynosa, we appreciate that insight and that report there from the UVU campus. And I did want to mention, Deanie, that we are hearing from Turning Point USA. Of course, Charlie Kirk was one of the co-founders there. A spokesperson saying Kirk was, quote, murdered by a gunshot at Utah Valley University. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers, and we ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity in this time.
We're also seeing statements come out, one from the Utah Commissioner of Higher Education. Of course, this happened on a college campus. So just, again, re-emphasizing that there's no place for violence on college campus and condemning that. We also saw a statement from the Utah Chiefs of Police talking about this outdoor event, that his death was confirmed and that they are united against violence in all forms. Free speech and respectful political discourse are vital to ensure the health and vitality of our democracy. And I'm sure we will see many of these kinds of statements come out today as people process and take inventory of all that's happened today.
And Daniel Woodruff, he's been kind of getting a sense of that as he's been talking to people there at UVU campus. And I know your focus right now, Daniel, is the heavy police presence there. You were kind of painting a picture of what you were seeing as far as police and tactical gear.
Yeah, we've seen police. In fact, a little bit earlier on our air live, you saw some officers escorting a group of women out of the building that's just to the south of where the shooting took place. The shooting happened right behind me here on the west side of the campus. And I went over and I talked to the women. They didn't want to speak on camera, but they told me that they had been sheltering in place for several hours. UVU had put out a phone number for people here on campus to call if they needed a police escort, and so police went and escorted them to their cars. This campus evacuation literally is still going on then, because the shooting, according to UVU, happened about 12:10. We're now about 3:30, and so people are still leaving campus, individuals who had been sheltering in place for the last couple of hours. As I spoke to the women, I asked them if they wanted to say anything. They didn't want to, again, speak on camera, but they just said it's incredibly sad. They wanted to get to their families and talk about that they are okay and they are safe, but they said their office overlooks the plaza where Charlie Kirk was shot, and as we now know, he died from those injuries. And they said it was a loud gunshot. They heard it very clearly, and the mayhem that ensued as people ran off of the campus after UVU told everyone to leave, and of course after people heard the shots. So we're continuing to look over from the west here to the area where the shooting happened. A lot of people's personal belongings are still there, and we see police officers right now walking around that area. I see at least one uniformed officer. I see another plain clothes. I don't know what agency they're from, but this is in pretty plain view of the west side of campus, and his speech today, his event, where he took questions and answered them from the audience, was in plain sight. It was an outdoor event. We've actually heard from some students today who spoke with us earlier who said they were very critical of the fact that there was basically no security here, that anyone could walk in, anyone with a backpack, you didn't know what was inside. They wondered why there were no security checks of any kind prior to Charlie Kirk's event getting underway, and it didn't take very long through the event because he was only, as I understand, on his second question for the shooting to happen. The somber mood here on campus is notable. I know we have a lot of police presence, but we've seen people here not leave campus. I know UVU's been asking people to leave. There was a group over by the trees there a little bit ago. They've since left, and one of our photojournalists approached them after we learned that Charlie Kirk had passed away, and they were crying. They didn't want to speak with us about it, but this is a very somber mood here on campus as the gravity of what's happened is sinking in. That Charlie Kirk was shot in open air here on a public university, a state university campus, and ultimately died from his injuries. And we've talked with people today who were excited to hear from him, and they were here early, they got good seats, they were up front, and they saw him get shot, they tell me, in the neck, and just the mayhem and chaos that ensued after that. So as we are here on the west part of campus, other than that, it is fairly quiet. We see occasional law enforcement presence walking through. Again, we see occasional law enforcement presence in the area where the shooting actually happened, and a lot of law enforcement over to our south, where we've already had reports from Dan Rascone and Mike Hedrick. But that's kind of the mood here, and UVU again is asking people, if they're still on campus, give them a call. They'll have a police escort to get them off. Back to you.
All right, Daniel, yeah, you summed up some of the people that you've seen there crying and having some real emotional reactions. And that's a lot of the things that we are seeing here on social media and hearing people communicate is the shock, the sadness, even anger that this happened in Utah. And that this would happen on a campus, on a college campus, at a peaceful event that involved political dialogue. And for that and many other reasons, some people have organized a vigil on campus. I mean, not on campus, at the Capitol tonight. It's at 7 o'clock. It's a vigil for Charlie Kirk at the Utah State Capitol Rotunda. It's hosted by the Utah House of Representatives so that anyone can go and, again, have a chance to debrief, have a chance to express the emotions of the day. It's been a heavy day, and there are a lot of people who are feeling that right now.
Yeah, and we have certainly been getting a sense of that from Alex Cabrero as well as our other reporters out there. But let's go ahead and check back in with Alex. And I know the last time that we talked with you, Alex, so many questions, not getting those answers right now, but you're out there, you're able to talk to people and just get a sense of what they're going through right now with the passing of Charlie Kirk.
You know, honestly, shock. They can't believe that it happened. You know, I know shootings happen often in the United States, but they shouldn't, and they shouldn't happen like this, especially when there's somebody just giving their opinion, somebody debating, somebody who's well known for traveling across the country doing these sorts of speeches and such. So a lot of people came here that aren't even students at Utah Valley just to hear some of that, whether they agree or not, just to be part of somebody who, you know, well-known figure. And now for this to happen, there's a lot of shock. Students continue to leave buildings. We see a lot of police officers here escorting those students out. We also see a lot of ambulances here with the city of Orem just on standby for what may be needed. They don't know. But again, as I mentioned maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, this is something that first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters, medics, this is something that they train for. So having a response like that is what they train for, as well as this. Mark, if you turn around and show just the number of police cars here that we're dealing with, unfortunately, we're good at this. You know what I mean? But it's also, thank goodness, that they do train for things like this, law enforcement officers, because when it happens for real, they are ready. There is a plan in place. There is a way to close the schools. There's a way to get students out of the classrooms. There's a way to screen students that are leaving the area. There's a way to deal with traffic. And that's what we're seeing here now off of University Parkway is a lot of traffic. Even though I think most students and administrators have left the area now and been able to leave campus, there are a lot of people coming here to University Parkway just to see this. And I've seen a lot of people in their cars just taking pictures of the scene here on University Parkway, going slow, going by, just because I think they're in shock too. They can't believe that this happened here in Utah on campus to somebody well-known like Charlie Kirk. So at this point, yeah, there are a lot of questions. The answers will eventually come. We may not like the answers. We may not want to hear the answers, but they will come at some point. And I think that press conference here is in about 20 minutes or so, where we will start to get some of those answers and be able to ask some of those questions to administrators and people involved. Was there enough security? What was the plan if something was to go wrong? All those will be questions that will be asked, and we will hear the answer to those questions. But now, honestly, it's just a matter of worrying about Charlie Kirk's family, those who know him, those who loved him, and also the students who witnessed this. We interviewed quite a few students who heard the gunshots, hit the ground, started running, scared for their lives. You know, they've all seen the videos. They've all seen the news stories in the past when somebody yells gun, mass shooting, active shooter on the loose. And it's always something we see on the screen, but to be involved with it, to be in the middle of it, a couple people told us they absolutely froze, even though yesterday they would have told you, oh, I would immediately start running. But a lot of people froze. And I think that's completely normal with some people because you just can't believe it's happening. One person told us they thought it was a prank or a stunt or something that is part of the show. And then when realized that, no, this is indeed real, it really hits home. The adrenaline hits you, and a lot of people making it out. Now, the good news in all this is that we haven't heard of a lot of injuries with anybody else. From everything we've heard is that people told us they only heard one single shot. We haven't heard of any injuries as people were running away. But we may hear that. We may hear that maybe some people were injured during the mass fleeing of this general area. That will be a part of the press conference as well. But I think mainly the message right now is why? You know, and that's I don't mean to be flippant about it, but how in Utah, it's just one of those things that we've seen far too many of these types of incidents. And what is the answer? I don't think anybody knows what the answer is at this point, but it's something that will continue to be talked about. And today, it's Utah's turn for us to talk about it, for us to make sense of it, for us to talk to the people who were involved in this and who saw this. And when those answers come, we'll see if something could be learned, if there's something different that could be happened. But, I got to be honest, something that we've heard from everybody else, from people on the right side, from people on the left side, is when can we all come together? And I think that's something that at some point, I think we'd all love to see that. It's just a matter of how do we get there. The response, as expected, is a big one, and it will continue to be a big one. I think just in the last few minutes, we noticed more police officers showing up. So as we continue to hang out here and get more information, we will pass it along to you, knowing that press conference here is in about 20 minutes. So let's send it back inside for now.
Yeah, Alex, you so well summed up the emotions and it's the disbelief. It's heartbreaking that this happened. Heartbreaking that it had to happen in Utah. There's just it's beyond hard to express how so many people feel that way. That this happened in our state. I wanted to read out, we are expecting an update in just a few minutes. I wanted to read a statement from Lieutenant Cam Roden from the Utah Highway Patrol, who regarding whether a suspect has been arrested. He said nothing is confirmed right now. Hopefully we will get an update on that particular question, because that's really the thing that is still outstanding. Is do they have someone in custody? Is there still a threat on campus? And the fact that they are still escorting people out and telling people not to leave until they have an escort, there does seem to be that issue of safety.
We also want to mention that President Trump had announced that flags will be flown at half-staff in honor of the death of Charlie Kirk through September 14th. So we wanted to pass that along. We are checking back in with our news specialist that we have there on campus. Let's go back to Dan Rascon and find out a little bit more about where you're at and what are you seeing right now.
All right, Tamara. Well, we're inside one of the auditoriums here on campus where a press conference is scheduled to take place in just a little bit. We're saying it's good. We're being told right now it's supposed to be about 4 o'clock. You can see the media obviously setting up, getting ready for this press conference. But a lot of what we've been talking about here, as far as trying to get some answers, has this suspect actually been caught? What's the latest on this investigation? What went wrong here? Those kind of answers we're hoping to be able to get here shortly. It's going to be pretty much a who's who here in Utah, all the leaders. We're going to have the governor here is what I'm being told. We're going to have the FBI here. We're going to have the Department of Public Safety top brass here also. So there's going to be a lot of different people that are going to be here, the main players as far as knowing what's going on in this investigation. As we've been hearing all along, this is just devastating as to what happened here at UVU. Obviously, this is a campus that has been safe for the most part as far as any kind of activity like this or a shooting like this or anything that where they have political people come here all the time. And so this is not unusual to be able to have different events, different things taking place on this campus, and then to have something like this, everybody is just in shock here. So again, we're hoping to be able to have this press conference here at 4 o'clock inside of this auditorium here, and hopefully be able to get some of those answers. But I'm being told from the FBI and also from the governor's office and also from the Department of Public Safety, all of those people are expected to be here. It's just a matter of trying to get some of those individuals here. You saw some of the traffic outside. You saw where Mike Hedrick is at and Alex Cabrero and some of the others there with all those police activities outside the campus there. It's a full house when it comes to police agencies and the number of officers here, the number of SWAT. We've been seeing, we showed you just a short time ago, we saw some of these SWAT members running, going in a different direction, racing down the street. We see them carrying all their gear as far as, their rifles and everything else like that. And so, there's a little bit of that. So we're hoping to be able to get some of those answers maybe as to what happened there or why were officers rushing to get to a certain location or why were they off to that or that location. But again, these officers combing the entire campus, we've been seeing that all along. We've been seeing officers and SWAT team members going basically from building to building, going inside, clearing them. Even for us to be able to get into this building, we had to go through security to be able to be here. And so they're very tight right now. All the doors are locked here on campus. Everybody, it's pretty much shut down for the most part. But again, a press conference expected to take place here in the next 20 minutes or so just behind me. And we'll, of course, bring that live to you as soon as we have that. And we're hoping to be able to find some of these answers. The scary thing out there, of course, on everybody's mind, if the shooter has still not been caught, where is he? Is he still on campus here, or is he off somewhere else? Did he take off, flee the scene? Could it be another location? And so there's still a lot of weariness here, and a lot of people just on edge in regards to, you know, what happened, and then also what could happen if the shooter is still here on campus. We'll send it back to you guys, but again, we'll come live out here as soon as this press conference happens.
All right, Dan, we're glad you're in the spot where you'll get the information first. So we will be checking back in as soon as we need to, as soon as they get started. I wanted to read, we just had a statement issued by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They have issued a statement following the shooting of American political commentator Charlie Kirk. The statement reads in part that it is with great sadness that we learn of a shooting that took place at the Utah Valley University, resulting in the death of Charlie Kirk. Our prayers go out to his family at this time. We condemn violence and lawless behavior. We also pray that we may treat one another with greater kindness, compassion, and goodness. For members of the church, we reaffirm the Savior's teaching and admonition is to love our neighbor.
And again, we do want to stress that the White House has lowered its flags to half staff. That was just within the hour or so where President Trump has made that statement, also suggesting on Truth Social that all American flags throughout the country should be lowered at least through Sunday. Let's check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is out there on the UVU campus. You've been talking a little bit about the activity that you've been seeing around you and talking to folks. What can you tell us right now?
Yeah, we've seen law enforcement here on the west side of campus because right behind me is where the shooting actually took place. We've also seen some law enforcement walking around in the area where spectators were sitting during Charlie Kirk's speech when he was shot at about 12:10 this afternoon. And it's been really, I think, compelling to hear from some of these people who were watching what they thought was an innocent political event, a safe event, in the middle of a beautiful September day here in Utah County, of all places, when all of a sudden shots rang out. We want to hear what some of those witnesses had to tell us just a little bit earlier.
I heard the gunshot. I was the last one standing because I couldn't quite believe. I thought maybe it was a stunt. And then everybody fell to the ground. We all fell to the ground. I got pushed into some bushes. I stayed there. There was a lady with her elderly mom, and I said, "Is she okay?"
Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there like watching it like, "Oh, did he really?" I'm like, "Yo, dude, he got shot, dude. Get out of here now, dude."
Those were some of the witnesses, and really, in talking with one individual in particular, really has stuck out to me. He was so close to the stage. He saw it exactly happen. He saw Charlie Kirk get shot, as he put it, in the neck, and blood come out, and just a really horrific scene to witness. These are tough details, but that's what happened here at UVU. And then, as they described it to me, they took off running. In fact, 3 people that I interviewed said that they ran through this fountain here behind me just to try to get to safety, because at that point, nobody knew what was going on. They thought it was a firecracker. Some people thought it was part of the show, and it turned out that it was anything but that, and Charlie Kirk was shot and later died from his injuries. I also wanted to make reference to the statement from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that was read a little bit earlier. As we've been reporting on, President Russell M. Nelson of the church turned 101 years old yesterday, and as part of that, he released an op-ed in Time magazine, and actually in that, he essentially called on his followers and others to, on the followers of Jesus Christ and others, to turn down the temperature, online and such. And nobody, of course, comes to an event like this expecting that there will be a shooting. And I think it was obviously a shock to everybody. And people have echoed today what President Nelson has said, and that is that differences of opinion, of course, are inevitable, but we cannot allow it to become violent. We cannot allow ourselves to dehumanize each other. And that's been very difficult for people here, as I've talked to them today, to think about, that they came to an event on a public university campus and ended up running for their lives because they heard a shooting, they heard shots fired, and Charlie Kirk, the speaker, the main event, was shot and killed. So a lot to process today, but it's been interesting to talk to those who were there, and they've had to share with me just what they have to now go through. The one woman, a UVU student, said she planned to go seek out a therapist and counseling because of how much she saw and what she's trying to process now. She said she'd been crying for a long time, and even an hour after the event when we talked to her, more than an hour, her heart was still racing. So a lot to unpack here at UVU campus today. Back to you.
We appreciate that, Daniel, for that update. And it's so hard to watch this video because, and you alluded to that as well, to see the fear and the reaction from the thousands of students that were there. The violence, the heartache. It's a flood of emotions as you see people scrambling here, and it's really hard to watch and know that happened in our backyard. That happened anywhere, but that it happened here in Utah. Let's go right now. Who have we got we got Jody standing by. Jody, what have you been seeing in your area? We're expecting an update in about 10 minutes, and there has been some police action on campus.
There absolutely has been, Deanie. They just keep flooding in more teams of SWAT. They keep going into each building. Right now, I'm here just outside of the Fulton Library, in between the Clark Building and the Liberal Arts Building. Now, just to give you a reference point, the Liberal Arts Building, the venue where the shooting took place, it was just beyond the Liberal Arts Building. Now, one of the things that Daniel Woodruff said totally reminds me of the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His message last conference 6 months ago was to be a peacemaker. And so I think everybody is just very shaken here on campus and throughout the world, knowing that this is the message that he disseminates to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It again was his 101st birthday yesterday, and we're coming up on another conference in October, and I'm sure that line of thought is going to continue. Now, I'm here with 3 young men. They came to see Charlie Kirk, and the turn for the worst happened. I'm going to start with Nick. Nick actually was there in a middle row. Nick, tell us a little bit about what happened. Tell us your last name first.
Nick Call.
Tell us exactly what happened, what you saw.
So, I was just watching him speak, and he was talking about gang violence, and then I just hear like a loud pop, and I'm looking at him, and it doesn't even look real. I'm only 18 years old. I've never experienced a lot of death in my life, but this is like the first time I've ever seen somebody die, and my heart was just racing. It was so scary, and I was just appalled. Like, everybody just flopped to the floor, and I just tried to do what everybody else was doing. It was really scary.
Oh, I can't even imagine how scary that would be. Did you drop to the ground as well? Were you waiting to see, is there going to be another shooting? I mean, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I instantly just dropped to the floor. I didn't know if he was a mass shooter, like he was there to shoot everybody there. But when I was on the floor, there were some group of people at the top. They cheered when he got shot, and I was just appalled. I couldn't believe the lack of human life that some people have.
The lack of empathy there. Oh, that's appalling. I agree. Now, when you saw what you saw, did you have a certain direction that you heard the shot come from, or did you think it was just one shooter?
Yeah, so I was facing towards him, and it looked like the shot came from my left, so his right, and it just went through his neck and out the other side. It was gruesome.
Now that we're still trying to parse through information and we know that the shooter is at large, what are your thoughts now?
I hope they catch this guy. Nobody deserves to die, no matter what your political beliefs are. And I just think that if you do something like this, you deserve to go to jail for life.
Thank you for sharing. I'm going to move on now to Jack. We have 2 Jacks here, so I'm going to start with you, Jack. What's your last name?
Jack Stevenson.
And tell me, where were you? How did you hear about this? What are your thoughts now?
Yeah, so I was just kind of like on the middle left, farther away from Nick. But yeah, I just heard about it through social media, and I came to hear Charlie Kirk speak just because I thought it would be interesting and see what he had to say. And And yeah, so that's why I came.
So now, in the aftermath, we're trying to piece things together. What are your thoughts now?
Just prayers for his family is honestly just what I've been thinking this whole time. Like Nick said, no one deserves to die, especially with a wife and 2 young kids at home and all of his extended family. I cannot even imagine what they're going through right now.
Thank you so much, Jack. All right, Jack, what's your last name?
Watkins.
Okay, you were there and you specifically came out to see Charlie, correct? Yeah. What were your thoughts at the time?
Well, so I was with Jack Stevenson here, and we were kind of just like, we should just go like for fun, just to see. We don't really care like about Charlie Kirk, but like, you know what I mean? Just go, and just to be there, and it was good. Like it was really fun, but just like, it's just crazy that chaos just happened so quickly. And I mean, that's kind of all. I don't know.
Do you have second thoughts about going to something like this in the future?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, a little. Like, it's pretty traumatizing, but I don't know. I mean, this doesn't really happen. Like, he's gone to colleges all over the world, and it's just crazy that it happened at my college. You know what I mean? Like, I just signed up to go here, just enrolled, and it's crazy to see that, like, the one thing that I go to, something has to happen, and it's just horrible. But I don't know.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your thoughts. So as we just heard, a traumatic experience for them and for, students here that they know. And the fact that this shooter is at large is very, very scary. So as we have information continue to unfold, we will let you know. I'll send it back to you.
It's so unsettling to hear from those college students. That gentleman,
I'm just 18 years old.
That student who had just signed up. Jody, thank you for that report.
Yeah. Okay, again, we are waiting for an update in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, we have some updated information. Let's check in with Sarah Martin, who is at the Timpanogos Hospital. Let's find out what information are you hearing there at the hospital, Sarah?
Right now, Timpanogos Regional Hospital, we believe, we don't have this completely confirmed, but we believe this is where Charlie Kirk was taken after he was shot at UVU. Heavy police presence here on the campus of Timpanogos Regional Hospital. The hospital in lockdown, according to security personnel. All appointments for the day were canceled after about 1 p.m. The hospital here turning away patrons unless it's an absolute emergency, unless they're arriving in an ambulance or in an emergency vehicle. Right now, we do have a small group of supporters of Charlie Kirk who have gathered on the corner of Timpanogos Regional Hospital to show their support and to show that they are, here and willing to support. And we have one supporter here who's willing to chat with us. This is Matthew. Matthew, thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Why are you here today? Why is this important to show up?
Charlie has done so much for our nation, for America, for the youth, for the faith in America. And today feels like a Rubicon has been crossed by the left, and it's time for us to stand up for what we believe in, like Charlie, to take our liberty back, and to really be the America that we're supposed to be. We're here to give support to Charlie and his family, and all of his supporters and his staff, and those that were here today, and those that have taken care of him.
You've been here, it's pretty warm out here. You've been here in the sunshine for about an hour that we've been with you, and we've seen a huge number of cars drive by, and some very vocal. Has that been a positive experience for you so far? What have you seen?
Mostly positive. There's been some negative. Woman was filming us, and she yelled out something derogatory to Charlie Kirk, which is disgusting, and we're seeing more of that from the left. What we don't see enough of from the left is condemnation for what's going on. Just like this young girl in North Carolina that no one reported on for days. We're tired of it, and we're here to support America and stand up for what we believe in.
Matthew Berry, here to show your support for Charlie Kirk. We're so sorry for the loss today. Any other final words?
God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk.
We've seen firsthand a significant number of people shouting out in support and also against Charlie Kirk today. Lots of political division on the street corner here in front of the hospital where we believe he was treated and now confirmed that he has died. Reporting live from Timpanogos Regional Hospital, I'm Sarah Martin, KSL 5.
Sarah, thank you. And as you showed, people are wanting to show their support for Charlie Kirk for his family and wanting to condemn violence on behalf of Utahns. There will be a chance to do that coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. The House of Representatives is hosting a vigil for Charlie Kirk and for the events that happened today, 7 o'clock at the Capitol Rotunda.
And we are showing you a live look now on the campus of Utah Valley University, where they are lowering the American flag. As we had mentioned, President Trump had lowered the flag at the White House and has called on all states to do so through Sunday in honor of Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, who was shot dead at the campus of Utah Valley University, 31 years old, a political activist, a husband, a father. So many outpouring of support has been coming in. Governor Spencer Koch earlier said on X that he is being briefed on the situation, posting in part, quote, "Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all those affected." Daniel Woodruff has been there on campus for the last couple hours or so, talking to folks out there, getting a sense of what the campus has endured. Although the campus is closed, he has been seeing a lot of police activity. So let's go ahead and check back in with Daniel now. Daniel?
Yeah, Tamara. So here on the west side of campus, it is very quiet. Really, the people that are left are media and law enforcement. And we know that law enforcement has a major presence here on the campus of Utah Valley University as they have evacuated the campus, told people to go home. Law enforcement has been escorting people out. We saw that a little bit ago. Anyone who was sheltering in place here in buildings or whatnot after the shooting of Charlie Kirk. We've seen on social media so many condemnations of political violence. We've seen it for...
Oh, sorry. We came out of that live shot a little bit early. We do have a new statement coming up here from the Turning Point. That is the organization from Charlie Kirk, and it says, "With heavy heart that we confirm the death of Charlie James Kirk. He was murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers." And again, a vigil coming up to do that at 7 o'clock tonight. We want to reiterate, some people are talking and speculating about what may have happened, why it may have happened, their thoughts of motivations behind today's shooting. Sure. We don't know, and we haven't been able to verify any of those. We're hoping that we will get some more information coming up any minute here at a briefing that will take place at the university in one of their halls. We're told the governor will be there, several people from law enforcement. And so we are just standing by as we wait for that to begin.
And Alex Cabrero, he has been out there on campus for us as well. And I know there's been several questions swirling in your mind as you've been able to talk to students. I mean, your own niece as well. And we've been hearing from young students. It's just a flood of emotions. Let's check in with you now, because I know we're waiting for this press conference. We're hoping to get more answers, Alex.
Yeah, well, that press conference is set to begin any minute now, right here inside the Keller building on the campus of UVU. There was a lot of officials, important types, law enforcement heading that way as well. And about 15 minutes ago, we did see Governor Cox come out this way as well and head into the Fugel Gateway over there. It's on the other side where Charlie Kirk's event was happening. The governor wanted to see that for himself and getting briefed as well before heading toward the Keller building with a lot of other administrators to have this press conference that we know is coming up. But you're absolutely right. Shock, surprised. They don't believe it. I mean, I'm at a loss for words, too. It's just, you just don't expect something like this on a college campus at some kind of a rally such as this one. We've heard that time and again from students and also from a lot of young people who came here who weren't students at UVU, but just wanted to be a part of this, to hear what he had to say, whether they agreed with him or not, just to hear what he had to say. Something we showed you in the last 5 minutes, the flags back there at UVU, those green flags. flags. We saw one of the workers here on campus lowering those flags to half staff, half mast out there. The American flag also here, also lowered as this took place now, what we're looking maybe 3.5, 4 hours or so ago. But again, it's just a matter now of waiting for the press conference to begin. We'll hear from plenty of officials in there and try to get some answers to a lot of questions right now, such as security, such as a suspect. I've been hearing all sorts of rumors that maybe they know who a suspect is, or we're chasing a suspect. Did the suspect get away? Do they know who the suspect is? Is there a description of the suspect, or a car or vehicle or something like that? All questions we hope to get answers to, because one thing I think both sides agree with is that whoever did this, that person should be caught, deserves to be caught, and face justice that is coming their way. So it's just a matter now of finding out who that person is, where that person is, and really what went down here at this event. So hopefully we get some of that information here soon. I know that there are a lot of officials heading into the Keller building. We should have that press conference coming up any minute now. We'll send it back to you.
Alex Cabrero reporting live for us. We really appreciate your insight. I know, as you mentioned, just so many questions right now. Thank you.
And let's go into that news conference, the side of that news conference at least. Dan Rascone is standing by. Dan, any news or any imminent start for the information there?
Right now, we're still waiting for the governor to arrive here, and other key players are going to be coming up to the pulpit right here to be able to have a press conference. But we're inside an auditorium right now on campus, and boy, there's a lot of unanswered questions still out there, especially if the shooter is still out there. We did see a picture that somebody sent me of some SWAT team members out in an Orem neighborhood there. I don't know if you remember or not, but a little bit earlier we showed you some of those officers racing away as if to go to somewhere close by campus here. I don't know exactly what they were going to look for or anything like that, but somebody did send me a picture of some SWAT team members in a neighborhood there canvassing an area. So we're not exactly sure what they're looking at. But again, this press conference is expected to start at 4 o'clock right here, and we're expecting the governor to be here. We're expecting the FBI to be here, and also the Department of Public Safety. Again, this is a podium right here. We see it all set up. We're wanting to be able to talk to them. This is just a real tragedy. I mean, this is not only a local story or even a national story. This is going to be an international story here as to what happened here at UVU today. I did talk to a public affairs individual here on UVU campus. He said that Charlie had about 8 security personnel there with him at that event. They also had several other security personnel from UVU that was also at that event. And so we're still trying to get details exactly what happened there. But he told me that there was about 1,500 people gathered together at that event, and when this all went down. And so again, we're still trying to find out from the Department of Public Safety and also the FBI as to what they're going to be looking at. So we're hoping that this press conference will get underway. But again, we have not seen the governor pull up. We have not seen the FBI pull up, the lead players in that area. Here on campus, it's completely locked down right now. We had to kind of go through security in order to get into this building here, just because they have everything locked down. The doors were locked, and in order to be able to get in here, so they're sweeping all the buildings. So it's very clear that maybe they still have not found the shooter, or that they're still making sure that he may not be hiding here on campus. I also saw some video of someone that sent me some video of possibly someone up on a roof. Now, again, we're not able to confirm any of that. We're not able to say what exactly that was. But again, somebody shot some video, some cell phone video of somebody up on a roof. And I don't know if that had anything to do with this or not. It appears as though everyone we talked to that was so close to this, what was unusual, everyone that saw this happen, nobody saw the shooter. I couldn't interview anybody or find anybody that actually saw the gunman. And so there's a lot of questions there as to where he or she may have been when those shots were fired. But everybody telling me they heard one shot, and then that's when Charlie went down. And so, again, still trying to find out a lot of questions here that we're still trying to get to the bottom of, but we'll keep you posted as soon as we know any more, and as soon as the governor walks in and we're getting closer to starting this press conference. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we appreciate that update, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, we're seeing some of the same things. You're getting a lot of information now that's hard to confirm, things people have seen, people making speculations, and so it's hard to sort out that information, and hopefully momentarily we will see that. I know our reporter reporters on the scene have seen Governor Cox on campus. So hopefully that will happen soon. Let's check in with now Jody Reynosa, who is outside campus. Jody, what are you seeing on your end?
So I'm in front of the Fulton building. I'm going to have Greg pan around. We see a team of law enforcement here. They definitely have weapons on. They are ready to go. It's been all hands on deck here today. Now, we've heard from dozens of people today, primarily students, as you know, and the feelings have been shock, appalled, angry, sad, worried, scared. Things that people just should not have to hear about. One of the things that I discovered today was a gentleman who he did something very honorable. He's a professor here at UVU, but he also used to be in law enforcement. He was at the time in a building far away from the venue and the scene where Charlie Kirk got shot. And he came running, he said, toward the scene because he said, I wanted to help students. I wanted to make sure that they were safe. So his law enforcement instincts kicked in. Now, I wasn't able to talk to him on camera. He said, I need to figure out UVU's protocol with the media first, so give me a call tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have him, and just kind of what was going through his mind at the time. The fact that somebody is running into danger, that's heroic to me. It sounds like press conference might be starting. We're going to pan over to the SWAT team right here, and I'm going to take it back to you in the studio.
Thank you for that update. Yes, we are standing by to get answers to the outstanding questions. Number one being, what's the status of the suspect? We've heard people reporting or a group of law enforcement in an Orem neighborhood. We've heard a lot of different things, and so hopefully they will let us know if they know who the suspect is. And right now they're not confirming that there's anyone in custody.
All right, we want to check back in with KSL's Sarah Martin. She has been at the Timpanogos Regional Hospital, where you are telling us that they have since canceled all appointments moving forward this afternoon.
That's right. Timpanogos Regional Hospital is on lockdown. All of the parking lots surrounding the hospital are closed at this time. Security guards and law enforcement personnel are telling people to go home. Their appointments are canceled and to reschedule those appointments at a later date. UVU is just about 2 miles away from this hospital campus. At about 12:30 in the afternoon, that might have been a 5 to 8 minute drive here to this level 3 trauma center. We believe that Charlie Kirk was taken here just after that shooting at UVU, though that hasn't been completely confirmed to us. There is a large police presence here. All of the doors are barricaded with police, and those sirens are flashing, those lights are flashing. Behind me here, we do have a small group of people who are here to show support for Charlie Kirk, who have shown up to show their love and support. They're here because they're so worried about this situation. They've told me that they have been longtime supporters of Charlie's, that they've looked to him, that he's brought them hope in the past. And so to come here, to stand here in the hot sun for a few hours even, some of them have been here for more than an hour, feels like nothing. It feels like a tribute that is necessary, and a tribute that has brought a little bit of hope to this dark, dark day. Very sad about the news to hear, confirmed by President Trump, that Charlie Kirk did die. We believe he passed here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Again, all appointments are closed. It's not clear yet why he was brought to this hospital. We know there are a few hospitals within about a 5-minute range of UVU, but we believe he was brought here based on the number of police and the law enforcement personnel that are here on site at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. If you have any appointments here today, possibly even tomorrow, definitely cancel those today, but check in before you come here tomorrow morning as well. Reporting live here in Orem, I'm Sarah Martin, KSL 5 News.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that update and for the information for everybody else at that hospital. We've heard, at least from one University of Utah, still open, but they will have an increased police presence for all of the classes and events that are still scheduled for the remaining of the week. As we stand by for a news update that should start any minute, I wanted to read a statement from Congressman Blake Moore. Utah Congressman, he says, Charlie's passing is devastating. Above all, he was a father and a husband. My heart goes out to Erica, his children, and his whole family.
Yeah, the sentiments continue to pour in. Let's check back in with Andrew Adams, also there on the UVU campus. Andrew, what have you been, from your vantage point, what have you been seeing and experiencing right now?
Well, some interesting things, and albeit it's really like the guys in army fatigues, basically SWAT gear, that are garnering all the attention. But low-key interesting is what we've been watching going on in this parking lot, which some officers, I believe, got into that pickup truck over there, and you see it driving that way. But basically, they're going like car to car. So, Stuart, if you can like point on me, but basically, some with their cell phones kind of going around the cars remaining in the parking lot. And then I don't know if they're recording video, I don't know if they're taking pictures, but maybe presumably they're thinking if there's not a shooter in custody, maybe one of these cars might have a connection. I don't know, but it makes you wonder what they were doing out in the parking lot with their phones, seeming to document the remaining cars here, is what it looked like just from a lay perspective standing here. So obviously we've seen a lot of movement still. It's, I would say, very much an evolving situation. The last time you came to me, SWAT was basically rushing to somewhere. We tried to figure out where that was. We weren't able to figure out exactly where they went, but there was definitely some urgency in where they were going, and that was a little while ago. But still, even around on campus, where we're seeing sweeps, as I can point you over here, we see some more officers making their way out this way. So still, I would presume an active sweeping operation going on here, and certainly was of interest what we were watching going on here in the parking lot with those cars, as it seemed that police were documenting the cars remaining here in the parking lot. Would they have a connection? Hard to say, but you know, if this goes long down the road of an investigation, something like that, even a small thing, we talk about this with even up to cold cases, sometimes the smallest clues will lead to a big break in the case, and so perhaps that's what they're hoping for. Back to you guys.
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions that will be asked at this press conference that hopefully will get underway shortly.
They're testing the microphones. We're keeping an eye on it, so you won't miss anything. We're keeping an eye on that situation and just trying to bring updates as we get them. An update from Representative Candace Perucci, who says she is heartsick and devastated, shocked by the murder of Charlie Kirk. He dedicated his life to engaging young people in political discourse. Same reaction that we're hearing from so many, whether, you know, in public life or just private students who were there and described what they had to witness today. Let's go now to Jody Reynosa,
who has been speaking with some of those young students there on campus. Jody?
Yes, students are still milling around. They're still trying to grapple with what's happened today. I don't have somebody with me, but I did just talk to police, and they did confirm that Governor Cox is here on campus. And so it's just a matter of, you know, within minutes, you know, even less than that the press conference is going to start. But, you know, to go along with what Andrew Adams was saying, we're seeing the exact same thing here in this part of the parking lot. You know, law enforcement going around taking pictures of license plates, trying to find clues, trying to connect the dots with, you know, who the shooter could be. And the fact that he's still at large, I think it's very unsettling for them as well. So I'll let it go back to you. You can take it from here.
All right, Jody Reynosa reporting live for us from the UVU campus. And Deanie, you know, we throughout this last couple of hours, as our reporters have been there on scene on campus and talking to young students who were seeing Charlie Kirk for the first time, wanting to see them here at home in our own backyard, and to go to a somewhat friendly crowd where, you know, this is going to be a fairly cordial event. Of course, we know Charlie Kirk traveling on campuses all throughout the state where political discourse, back and forth debate, it is part of what he does with Turning Point USA.
Was scheduled to come to Utah State University later in the month, interestingly, and so that tour had continued. But yeah, we're hearing that they are testing the microphones, but that also we will start getting updates from Cameron Roden from the Highway Patrol, Public Safety. So again, we're standing by to get more information that is updated. We've been here now reporting for a couple of hours and have heard a lot of eyewitnesses statements that have been heartfelt, that have been shocked, and we want to play those. I think we have some of those for you to hear.
You know, we hear all the time that we're the problem, we're the violent ones, we're the issue, and yet this is the second mass shooting attempt on a political figure. First Donald Trump, now we have Charlie Kirk, but yet we're the problem.
We were sitting next to each other, we just heard an immediate pop. We're like, what's going on here? And then after that pop, we just saw him in his neck. We saw him fall backward, blood shooting out of his neck, hit the floor, and we just had to bolt it out of there.
I just started booking it. My friend threw her drink and we just got out of there like as fast as we could.
None of us believed it at first, and then we still just got out and saw the hordes of people running. I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
I'm still shaking, and I'm still crying. I love Charlie Kirk. He's awesome. And I pray for him and his family. And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him, and that's fine. But to shoot him, he doesn't deserve this.
Certainly some raw emotion there from supporters of Charlie Kirk this afternoon to witness such a traumatic event, a shooting there on the campus of UVU.
Let's go to news specialist Andrew Adams, who has been on campus. Andrew, what's happening over that end of the campus?
Well, again, the clearing seems to continue, as well as evidence gathering. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago, officers were passing through this parking lot seemingly with their cell phones. It appeared taking pictures of individual cars. Again, it's unclear. Perhaps it's even unclear to them at this point whether that will have bearing in the investigation. But you could see a logical benefit of that. Perhaps if a car was left here, if at longer than everything else, or perhaps that gives them an idea what has left, what has come and gone, then perhaps there's a tie there to a potential shooter. So, again, without knowing exactly what they were doing, it did look like they were photographing individual vehicles and going through and essentially sweeping this parking lot. And, of course, these are left here much longer than a lot of people who cleared out a campus quite a while ago now. As you can see, things have quieted down here. I think we saw some students up over at this end milling around, but a lot of the students that were out here earlier have cleared. Understandably, it's a warm afternoon. I don't know the exact temperature, but certainly at least mid-80s, if not hotter, and that's taking a toll. In fact, I wanted to mention that a sheriff's vehicle came by, gave us bottled water. I greatly appreciate that. It is a hot day out here, but again, it's interesting what investigative steps are taking place, while at the same time it seems to be that there's an active effort going through, sweeping buildings. We've seen lots of people in SWAT uniforms going, as we understood, they were going room to room and even potentially leaving campus a little bit earlier. We saw SWAT vehicles, something that I'm not sure if it was a Bearcat. I think that's what sometimes those armored vehicles are called, but it left at an accelerated pace, and then we saw some SWAT officers get into a black unmarked Jeep, also literally sped off. And so it makes you wonder what they were going to investigate at that time. But again, an investigation, at least to the lay eyes, leaves more questions than answers. But of course, they're doing what they can to get those very important answers right now.
Well, Andrew, what you've had to report today, a gesture of a bottle of water. Hang on to that. That's the positive thing and the thing you want to keep in mind on a day like today. Thank you.
All right, we want to check back in with Dan Ruscon, who has been standing by. We have been awaiting a press conference from the Utah Department of Public Safety, hoping to get some more answers. Let's go ahead and check in with him now. Dan?
Yeah, that's correct. We're inside an auditorium here on campus right now where a press conference is expected to take place any minute now. We just got basically about a 7-minute warning that the press conference will be starting here shortly. This is where it will be happening up here. All the major players, of course, will be here for this press conference. We're expecting the governor to be showing up, along with also the FBI and the Department of Public Safety. So again, this is a case that's going to go international, of course. A lot of people wanting a lot of answers as to what went wrong here, what happened, and just a lot of fear, of course, on campus from students as far as what they saw and the trauma they experienced, and then also coming back to school, you know, what this is going to be like. And so, again, I think the main questions we want to be able to try and answer right now is, do they have any idea where this shooter may be at this time? Or if they have any indication as to if he's still on campus or not, or what they're finding and those kind of things. Also, as far as the security goes, I did talk to somebody from the UVU Public Affairs Department. They told me that Charlie had about 8 security officers or so personal security officers with him, and then they also had UVU security officers there. And so what exactly, obviously from the video that we see of what happened there, they weren't standing necessarily right next to him there, but he was open enough to where somebody could shoot and fire those gunshots. Now, where that gunfire came from is the other big question. Everyone we've been talking to here, nobody seems to have seen an actual gunman or somebody that actually fired that gun and where that shot came from. All they say is that they heard that gunshot go off and then they saw Charlie drop. So again, we're getting video, as you guys have been mentioning there at the station and other things. We're starting to see video merge in of people showing somebody possibly up on the roof or somebody in another location. And so again, that's all speculation right now, but those are videos that police are going to be looking at. We're hoping to be able to get some answers to from FBI. And again, we're hoping probably within the next 5 minutes or so that this press conference will be starting. We do start to see some people starting to file in here, and so we might be getting something here pretty soon as to when this may start. But we'll go ahead and get it back to you guys, and of course, as soon as this takes place, we'll take it live here, and hopefully we can be able to get some of these answers. Back to you guys.
We appreciate you being there and giving us those minute-by-minute updates. Stan, thank you.
Yeah, we got the 2-minute warning, I think, for this news conference. Just a few updates of things happening coming forward. There's the Vigil tonight at 7 o'clock at the State Capitol building. And Sarah Martin joins us live from the hospital, where the repercussions there, Sarah, had been that everything was canceled on that hospital campus.
That's right. All appointments canceled here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital since about 1:30 this afternoon. So roughly maybe an hour, 45 minutes after we believe Charlie Kirk was brought here, all appointments canceled. Police and security blocking all entrances to the hospital and telling patrons to come back another day to reschedule all of those appointments. So if you have an appointment at Timpanogos, make sure you reschedule that. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Sarah, thank you for that update.
Looks like they are getting started with this news conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We will listen in and hear the information.
Thank you for being here. At this press conference, we will first hear from Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tubanez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involved?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry. Say.
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
That was Governor Cox wrapping up the news conference to provide some updates on the shooting that happened today at Utah Valley University. Probably the biggest information that we've learned today was from the Department of Public Safety that confirmed they do have a person of interest in custody. They don't have a reason to believe there's more than one shooter, and they talked about how they had campus security video from a roof of someone dressed all in dark clothing. They were trying to see if that matched up with the person that they have in custody.
And they did talk about a suspect that they had in custody initially who they thought had matched the description, but that person had since been cleared. However, they were charged with obstruction of justice. We do have our Dan Ruscon, who was there inside of that press conference. Let's go to him now live. I want to get your initial thoughts. Hearing from Governor Cox there, calling this a political assassination.
Yeah, some very strong words coming from Governor Cox here in regards to what happened here. Obviously a real tragedy. He is calling this, as you mentioned, a political assassination. Somebody that came after Charlie Kirk and wanted to take him out. And so we believe right now, from what's been happening as far as what they were able to tell us, they do have a person of interest in custody. They also have another person that they're looking at, but they're not saying whether or not the two are related in the incident. So again, one person in custody here. Is that the actual shooter? We don't know, but they did say he is a person of interest. And as far as them looking for others, they say they are still canvassing the area. They're still canvassing the campus to try and see if anybody else has any other information. Now, we had mentioned a little bit earlier that we're starting to see cell phone video coming in of possibly somebody up on the roof there. Well, they did say, at least Department of Public Safety said that they do believe that the shots came from the roof. So again, was this a rifle, a sharpshooter? To be able to shoot from up there would be a very difficult shot unless you really knew what you were doing. And it hit him right in the neck and right in the fatal part of the body there. And so, you know, it's one of those situations where they're still continuing the investigation. But according to UVU's police chief, he said he had as many as 6 or more officers here on the scene, some in plain clothes, others that were armed and ready. He said they were doing the best they can to be able to control the crowd. He said they probably had as many as up to 3,000 people or so in regards to being out here. It was an open event, so it was out in the open, so people could have been anywhere. There wasn't like people had to go and check in bags or anything like that. So people could have been coming somewhere on campus and carrying a weapon or something like that, and maybe they would have not known it because it wasn't like they had to go through metal detectors or anything like that. So again, we just wrapped up a press conference right now. It was very quick. They didn't answer a lot of questions. They said the investigation is ongoing. But when it comes to the actual shooter, the person who took Charlie Kirk out, they say they have a person of interest right now. They're not saying, yes, we have the gunman. We're not looking for anybody else. They also have another person that they've taken into custody that was initially arrested, and now he's being charged possibly with obstruction of justice. And then they also have basically a lot of video coming in. They've got a lot of witnesses. They have people, as you heard from on our station right here, as we interviewed witnesses, people that were just feet away from this shooting that happened. And so you obviously have a lot of people that have had this happen or watched it all happen and unfold. So a lot of traumatization among students, a lot of difficult situation for students to be able to experience something like this. But again, we are hoping to get a little bit more answers, but just again, some strong words from Governor Cox in regards to what's happened here in Utah, and how it's a national and now international type of an event here. Political assassination is the words that he used. And he said that we do have the death penalty here in Utah. And whether or not that's a sign that they're going to try and seek that is one thing. But again, his condolences went out to the family and of Charlie Kirk, and just a real devastating situation for everybody involved. But again, that's kind of a wrap-up of what happened here in this press conference. Still a lot of unanswered questions out there. Unfortunately, it would be nice if we were able to hear they've got the shooter in custody. They kind of know what happened here, who it was, and that they were done looking for people. But again, police are still out there, out and about, canvassing this campus and also neighborhoods, looking for this shooter, or looking to see if there's anybody else that may be connected to something like this. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, you mentioned, and the same thing that we noticed, the strong language that came from Governor Cox. And Dan, we also noticed that you talked about the video of someone running on the roof. I believe we have that video to show. All we know is that they believe that the gunshots did come from that area. And here's the video that we were referring to. You know, there's
yes,
not
exactly.
Yeah, it's just there in the circle there. There's not a lot to go off of there, other than other people saw it too. Right. Other people reported seeing someone dressed darkly running on the roof. So again, as they look for information and clues and talk to people for information, those are the kinds of things that they are now gathering in the wake of this.
And the DPS commissioner did mention that they are analyzing security camera footage, and they talked about the quality of it. So they did mention that the person was dressed in all dark clothing, but other than that, they don't have much to go on.
You know, it would make sense in regards to somebody possibly being up on the roof there. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm on or not.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. We can hear you, Dan.
It would make... Yeah, I was just going to say, it would make sense possibly for somebody to be up on the roof there. The only reason why I say that is because we interviewed dozens of students here. You heard students from with Daniel Woodruff. You heard them with Andrew Adams. You heard them with Alex Cabrero, everybody. And nobody saw a shooter out of all those students, I mean, these are kids that were like right there at the event. They were feet away from it happening. All they heard was a gunshot, and then they saw Charlie Kirk drop. Nobody ever saw a shooter, which is very unusual. So that shot would have had to have come from some other location that was maybe a little bit further away, a little bit more outside. And that's something that Governor Cox talked a lot about, too, as far as the attempted assassinations or of other political figures. And he mentioned, obviously, President Trump and what happened there. And so, this is a really sad, unfortunate situation that is happening with some of the political climate right here, not only in our nation, but across the world in that respect. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Dan, we appreciate you at least bringing some light to the pressing questions that people want to know and that we've been trying to get answers for all afternoon. We'll check back with you.
Yeah.
And let's circle back to some of the statements that Governor Spencer Cox made, again, calling this a political assassination, some very strong words condemning this attack. Let's go ahead and listen into some of the moments that he shared with us.
Today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children.
That was some of the things that the governor said. He went on to say they want to remind people that we still have the death penalty in Utah. So that just gives you an idea of the tone and the seriousness with which law enforcement and state leaders are taking this. Let's go to news specialist Daniel Woodruff, who's standing by. Daniel, any reaction on your end from the information we learned?
Yeah, I think on the one hand, no reaction yet because we're in an area where there is nobody. Students have been very slowly trickling out all day, but we're in a parking lot near the campus on the north side that we're basically the only ones here right now. Law enforcement has moved on. But some significant news now to report from UVU after the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. Students received a notification that I'm going to read, and it basically says that UVU is closed now until Monday. Not just today, but until Monday. The college said, on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk, a guest to our campus. Our hearts go out to his family as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. Again, that's tomorrow through Sunday, so classes resuming on Monday. And it's not just classes. UVU says all classes, in-person and virtual, campus events, and administrative operations will be suspended during this time. Please plan accordingly. So obviously UVU taking significant steps in the aftermath of this tragedy to, take care of the issue, take care of the investigation, and allow students and those who were there to have some time to process it. And I haven't been able to stop thinking about some of these students today that we interviewed who watched this happen, who, as one put it, saw the blood pouring from the speaker, Charlie Kirk's neck, and just horrific things that nobody should ever have to see. And now they have to go and process those emotions. And so UVU will be closed beginning now through Sunday night, and then classes resuming on Monday. So some significant developments here. Police have continued to walk around the campus. We have talked to some officers who are actually here in the parking lot checking vehicles. But then again, you heard in that news conference a little bit ago, a person of interest has been taken into custody. The wording, though, to me is interesting. Governor Cox called this a person of interest. The FBI director, Kash Patel, tweeted about this, calling this person the subject basically responsible for this shooting. So I think there's some details to sort out in the exact wording that's being used, but either way, officials telling us that there is a person of interest in custody in connection to the shooting, and then an additional individual who has been booked into jail for obstructing justice, apparently in the chaotic aftermath of all that. He identified himself or something as the shooter, and now he's been booked into jail for obstructing justice. So I think a lot of details still need to come out on this, but for now, as those details emerge, the campus here at Utah Valley University in Orem will be closed, reopening Monday. Back to you.
All right, Daniel, thank you for that update.
All right, we want to check back in with Alex Cabrero. prior to the press conference, you had a chance to talk to students there on campus who witnessed this horrific event. We want to check back in with you now, Alex, now that you've had some time to listen in to some of the answers that we've been getting. We heard some strong words from Governor Cox calling this a dark day for our state, but a tragic day for our nation.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things Governor Cox said that maybe both sides can agree with here is that he said our nation is broken. And he said he doesn't have the answers. He doesn't know how to get everybody back together. He doesn't know how to fix this. And I think that's something, hearing that somebody on his level saying that this is our nation is broken, that this is a political assassination, that there have been attempts not only in Minnesota, there was a political assassination there was an attempt on President Trump's life on the other side. I think the way he put it really hit home for a lot of people that there's something wrong. And he admits he doesn't have the answers on how to fix it. And a lot of the students we spoke with earlier today, they also said kind of the same thing, like, what is going on? This is the prime of their lives. They should be enjoying school and hearing debates and hearing things maybe they don't disagree with to get a fuller understanding of things, of the world. And then to have this happen is definitely shocking to those young people that are just here trying to hear something different. So at this point, I think we heard Daniel Woodruff also say some curious wording with a suspect in custody, a person of interest in custody. What does that mean? We're still, we'll get the details on exactly why they're being a little ambiguous with their wording of this later on. But they are working on us. It is still very early on in this investigation. And sometimes in past cases where we've covered shootings and covered suspects that law enforcement is looking for, sometimes things are worded a certain way to maybe not tip off where a suspect may be, that they are onto this person. I don't know if that's the case here, but sometimes wording is ambiguous simply because there is more information they don't want released right now because they might know a little bit more, but they don't want to make that information public just yet. Eventually, the answers will come. I know in today's day and age, we want all the answers right away, right now, but this is one of those things where law enforcement, you have to get it right. And if getting it right means taking some time to release information later on, then so be it, because we all want to see whoever did this brought to justice and to face consequences and to have to answer some very tough questions themselves. So as far as students, for the most part, the campus has pretty much been cleared except for law enforcement and other faculty and such. But students-wise, most students have left at least the area we've been in for a couple of hours now. So yeah, it is, I agree with the governor. It's just a dark day in Utah, a dark day for the country. And you just wonder at what point does this stuff stop? We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, no, a lot of those same sentiments are on a lot of people's minds today, Alex. Thank you for the update out there. I wanted to take a moment to read a statement today that was issued from the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City. It says, "My heart goes out to the family of Charlie Kirk. He was shot and killed today at Utah Valley University. They pray for the repose of his soul, and they're also praying for those who are affected, especially those who were present at the event on campus."
Yeah, certainly hearing a lot of that sentiment, as we also heard from Governor Spencer Cox as well, talking about Charlie Kirk being a husband and a father to 2 young children. We want to check back in with Andrew Adams, who has also been out there on campus there at UVU. Now that we've had a chance to get a few more details, Andrew, from this press conference about what's going on here, the latest at least, what can you tell us, and from what you're hearing, where you're at?
Well, the investigation is still very much afoot, and we've talked the last 20, 30 minutes about police in this parking lot broadly going car to car, kind of with their cell phones, taking pictures of presumably license plates, sometimes inside the vehicles. But we noticed that they took special interest in this car, this SUV right here. Now we'll push in and show you that one. Spent a great deal of time comparatively next to that one, taking a look, and not just one officer, but you had 3 officers, one with a laptop. So I'm not sure what kind of application was on that laptop, but taking a good, healthy look at that and trying to figure out exactly what was going on with that vehicle. And initially there was some confusion actually that it might have been a news photographer vehicle, but that was not the case. And so they gave that a very close look and then moved on to some other cars in the parking lot. But it did seem like they took a lot more interest in this one than others in the parking lot so far, and that effort continues. Just a looks like a couple of rows away as they continue to go car to car. In fact, if we have a minute, Stuart, if you can just reposition and push up, you can actually see what he's doing right here next to that gray vehicle, maybe 3 rows down the way, and now he's moving on to the next car, which is more of like a teal sedan. But this has been going on here for at least the last, presumably a lot longer, but at least a half hour to hour. Police officers going car to car, now stopping up behind a blue car next to it, basically documenting what's going on in this parking lot. Perhaps that helps the investigation at some point. We'll push it back to the studio.
All right, Andrew, thank you. We appreciate your update. This is an active investigation. We are going to take a 1-minute break and come back to start from the top with all that we know on KSL News Live at 5.
For temperature, warmer than normal. Whether it's sunny out,
pushing closer to the low 90s,
or a storm is moving in.
In St. George, it's pretty overcast.
KSL weather specialists are working for you.
Forecast today does call for cloud cover
with the latest changes.
High pressure to the north moves off to the west.
What to expect for the day.
93 to 88.
And what's ahead in the forecast.
Friday, we get a little bit more moisture.
Stay with KSL. I believe you.
Good answer.
On air, online, and on the KSL weather app.
This is breaking news from KSL.
It was pretty terrifying. Probably the scariest thing I've ever been a part of.
And we just ended up turning and running. There was just crowds of people screaming, and then just like shooter, gun.
So I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk is dead after he was shot in the neck at a speaking event at Utah Valley University in Orem. Kirk was speaking in Orem during the noon hour when an unknown suspect shot him in the neck. At around 2:45, President Donald Trump confirmed on his Truth Social account that Kirk had died. Reaction and condolences have been pouring in all afternoon from around the state and across the country.
I'm just really shocked about what happened. I may not agree with Charlie Kirk, but no one deserves to be executed like that.
We have live team coverage from Orem right now. We've been talking to dozens of students on UVU campus, police, politicians, and attendees there. What many people witnessed today is disturbing. Here is one firsthand account from an eyewitness.
I was working my way up to the stand to ask Charlie some questions. At that moment that the shot rang out, I look over and I see Charlie Kirk slump over for just a split second, and the crowd just pushes back. There's a huge stampede pushing back. People are jumping into the fountain.
A person of interest is in custody. Anyone who saw a shooter, no one saw a shooter, or at least reports seeing that, or anything else important. But if they do have information, there is a tip line, and law enforcement definitely wants to hear from you right now. That tip line is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. The website is there on your screen, fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. News specialist Alex Cabrero joins me live from Utah Valley University campus. Alex, you've been there all afternoon. You talked to students, staff, even your niece who was there. Sum up what you've heard today.
Yep. Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours now since this shooting happened, but I think the shock waves and the effects from this, what happened at just after 12:30 today, that's going to be felt for quite some time. Still a lot of shock, still a lot of just people saying they don't believe exactly what happened, that it actually happened. Now, when it happened, there was one single shot from what we heard from Utah Department of Public Safety. There was just one single shot, and immediately people started running away from the scene. People heard active shooter. People heard the word gun. People heard the word shooting. People started running. There were a few people who froze thinking, is this really happening? Did this really happen? And was this some kind of a stunt? Maybe was it part of the show? Not realizing that it did in fact happen. We spoke with several people, with students, and even people who came here who weren't students but wanted to be a part of all of this. Not just because maybe they agreed with him, even if they disagreed with him, they wanted to hear what Charlie Kirk had to say. That's part of listening to both sides. When this happened, they said they can't believe what happened right in front of their eyes.
And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him, and that's fine. But to shoot him, he doesn't deserve this.
And that's something we have heard time and time again from several people, that no matter if you disagree with Charlie Kirk, if you agree with Charlie Kirk, if you don't have a position, that something like this shouldn't happen, especially on a college campus where it is encouraged to have different ideas and different thoughts and different ideologies. It remains to be seen exactly what happened, what the motive was. We are still hearing words that, is there a person of interest in custody? We hear yes, but is it the shooter? We don't know that for sure at this point, but certainly we will get more answers on that in due time. And a big part of what we're hearing again from Governor Spencer Cox is that this was a political assassination, something we've seen far too often in the past few years in the United States. He says we don't have the answers on how to bring us all together, but that's certainly something he would like to see happen, as well as pretty much everybody here I've spoken with today. For Live at 5, I'm Alex Cabrero.
Yes, Alex, thank you. Very much a fluid investigation still going forward now. Let's go live now to news specialist Sarah Martin. She is at the Timpanogos Hospital where Charlie Kirk was transported after the shooting. And this event has obviously had a broad effect on hospital operations there. Sarah?
Absolutely. Timpanogos Regional Hospital canceled, closed for the day, all appointments following Charlie Kirk being brought here. Entrances, exits are closed. Anybody coming to the hospital was turned away unless they were arriving in an ambulance, which we've been here for almost 3 hours now, has not happened. So those ambulances being rerouted to other hospitals. A growing crowd behind me. You can see people are coming here to the place where they know he was taken so they can show that their respects, they can show their love and support for Charlie Kirk and for his family who remain. Right here with me, a young woman named Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Thank you so much for being here. Lauren was there today at UVU and decided to come here this evening and show up to show her support. Lauren, how are you doing this afternoon? What did you experience today?
Yeah, so me and my sister, we're Charlie Kirk fans, so we're super excited to go. And just going to his thing, just in the beginning of the first, you could just feel his spirit, and he was so happy. And it's sad and just wrong, completely wrong for someone to get killed for their beliefs of their rights and stuff like that. So after that happening, my sister and I were in the third and fourth of the row or whatever, and I didn't see it, thank goodness, but just hearing that shot, it was sort of unbelieving, how could this happen in Orem or Utah. And so it's happening to anyone, that's just wrong. And so we just evacuated and got out, and there was no direction helping us and stuff. And just after this, it's been really hurtful, and I was just down looking through different reels of just how some people are taking this as a joke and they don't care that this man this who's a human has those rights just died of this. But afterwards, when we were going through, we decided we wanted to come to here and support Charlie Kirk. We made a poster up for his family, and just being here, it's made me feel more peace and more calm, just being with people here, knowing that there's still good in this world, and that there's still humanity that cares for this man, because he truly, anyone losing that life or whatever is wrong. And I just feel so bad for his family, and just he's they're in our thoughts and prayers, and just to help them for that.
So really healing for you to come here after this traumatic event, for you to come and be with others, be with like-minded people and people who are also supporting.
No, yeah, for sure, which I wouldn't expect, because most of it I'd go to these scenes, I feel I would feel I don't know, uncomfortable. Everyone's been so nice, and just just feeling super that comfort and just that healing through it.
Moving forward, what about Charlie will you take forward with you?
Yeah, so even though this was my first day meeting Charlie, just I've always wanted to know him, and to me, just seeing him today, just so happy and sharing his connection with Christ, that's I really connect with him. I love his politics too, but just his with Christ. So what I really want to take from this today is to always stand up for your beliefs, and just to know we should, as people, we should feel like safe to like say our beliefs and our rights no matter what religion or what we believe in. And so he's just an example, a man for me to be courageous and brave and to like always defend like what you believe is right.
Lauren, thank you so much for chatting with us. A current student at UVU studying to be a therapist here. A growing crowd behind me here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital to say goodbye to the late Charlie Kirk. We'll be here all evening speaking with more people coming to pay their respects. Reporting live, I'm Sarah Martin, KSL 5 News.
All right, Sarah, we appreciate you out there. Thank you. Let's continue our team coverage now with news specialist Andrew Adams. Andrew, I know you are from Utah County. This hits close to home. And all afternoon, we have been hearing from witnesses talking about some things no one should have to see. It's been hard.
It has been hard and really inconceivable in a place like this. Not just the fact that Orem and Provo, very safe area, but on top of that, just how politically conservative Utah County tends to be. And then this happens here. I think that multiple people today have taken note of that. And certainly, as we've been standing out here, we've been tracking the movements of law enforcement, and we've seen law enforcement from all kinds of different agencies, people in SWAT gear, sometimes moving quickly, sometimes moving slowly, but continuing their investigation through the area. Actually, while we were standing here, we saw police HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigation. So we know there's now federal involvement here with the FBI, also Homeland Security agents in the area. And so they are doing, it's a full court press in terms of an investigation out here in terms of what we're seeing from federal law enforcement and from local law enforcement. Now, we know we're in video right now, but if we could turn, I want to take a minute and just point out this car, because what we've been seeing in the last little while are police going car to car in this parking lot, basically taking pictures of every individual car that's left out here, taking pictures of license plates. If it's a point of interest, then they'll take more interest. But this car right here, there was a little confusion initially because there was some belief it might be a news photographer vehicle. Turned out not to be the case, but police took paid extra close attention to this Chevy. I believe that's a Traverse right there. So unclear why they were interested in that. Eventually they moved on, but you had 3 officers spending a good, maybe 5 to 10 minutes taking a look at that vehicle in particular. So they are going car to car, row to row, and we'll continue to keep you updated on their movements and law enforcement movements in general here at UVU. Deanie?
All right, Andrew, thank you. Nice job out there. Now let's continue our coverage with Daniel Woodruff, who is live outside the campus at Utah Valley University. Daniel, I know you too are also very familiar with this area of our state, and I think it's safe to say that no one would anticipate this kind of violence on UVU's campus.
Yeah, Deanie, they call this Happy Valley for a reason. I grew up in Provo, just a few miles to the east from here at Utah Valley University, and this is just a shocking day, as people have told us over and over and over. Now, some significant news coming out in just the last little bit. As a result of the shooting, Utah Valley University here will be closed until Monday. All classes, all administrative operations, all events are canceled until Monday. I wanted to read a short bit of what Utah Valley University put out. They said, "Our hearts go out to his family, Charlie Kirk, as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. And that's really one of the major effects of today's shooting, not only for Charlie Kirk and his family, but there were thousands, we've been told, of people that were in this area who watched the shooting happen, some of them describing the chaotic aftermath to us earlier today.
I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
I just started booking it. My friend threw her drink, and we just got out of there like as fast as we could.
It was terrifying. None of us knew what was going on.
And that was really the sentiment. Nobody knew what was happening at first. One witness described it as like a firecracker, and then about 3 seconds of confusion, and then noticing what had happened, and then just running. In fact, I interviewed 3 people who told me that they left the place where Charlie Kirk was speaking, ran through the UVU fountain on the west side of campus, literally running for their lives. They didn't know if it was an active shooting situation where others would get shot. In this case, of course, only Charlie Kirk was shot, as the news conference that just wrapped up a little bit ago revealed that this was apparently a political assassination with one target, and that was Charlie Kirk, and 1 shot was fired. Certainly a lot of emotions here on UVU campus today. A lot of tears we saw, a lot of sadness, and a very somber feeling, an eerie feeling right now. It's a quiet campus that is going to be closed until Monday. Daniel Woodruff, live at 5.
Yeah, Daniel, those emotions you describe are so understandable and so obvious in the video as you watch those poor students. Thank you for that report. The governor, along with local, state, and federal police, just wrapped up a news conference on this shooting. News specialist Dan Rascone attended that conference and joins me now. Dan, they were able to shed some light on several key parts of this investigation.
Yeah, that's correct, Deanie. We did hear some key parts there of the investigation, as you mentioned, as far as what the governor had to say, and also with the Department of Public Safety and also the FBI, all inside this auditorium just about an hour ago or so. But again, still a lot of unanswered questions out there, but we do know this in regards to what has happened here. The governor kind of summed it up really well when he said this is a very dark day in Utah, a very dark day in the nation here as to what happened here. We heard this a little bit, one shot, one victim. They believe that the shooter was up on the roof. We've been seeing some of the video being coming in to the station and other places of possibly somebody up on the roof there of this event. We're talking about an event here that had about 3,000 people or so, according to the UVU police chief. He's saying they had as many as 6 officers here at this event and some others in plain clothing out in the crowd there. Also, you had Charlie Kirk's personal security that was there. But again, as you could see from the video that we've been unfortunately having to see there about him getting shot, none of those securities were right next to him necessarily. They were kind of on his side there. But that one shot being fired, and then he drops down to the ground, and then there's ultimate chaos as people are running and trying to get out of that area because, you know, this is a fear that students are growing up in this day and age as far as on campus of schools and universities. When shots ring out, you run. And that's kind of what happened there. And so this is the case here, and this is what the governor had to say in regards to what happened here at UVU today.
That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened.
And the governor did say in regards to the death penalty here in Utah, he's saying we do have the death penalty. And so that is something that we'll be looking at. But again, as far as having the actual shooter in custody right now, that's the question that we have posed to them, trying to clarify all of that. They said they do have a person of interest in custody right now, and they are still out there canvassing the area. They're still going to each of the buildings, making sure every inch of this campus is looked at to make sure there's not somebody else out there that's involved. But again, one shooter, unfortunately one victim here, and that victim has passed away. I'm Dan Rascone, live at 5. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dan, thank you for the summary. And yes, this is still an active investigation, and they do have a tip line for people who may have information. Let's go now live to Jody Reynosa. Jody, you've been on the ground there all afternoon, talking to people, and we could hear the shock and the disbelief by what they've seen today.
You are absolutely right, Deanie. Shock, anger, fear, just being scared, not knowing what's next for them, feeling like I just need to get out of here. However, we have seen stragglers here, and we've seen law enforcement direct them, very strongly, you need to leave. This is an active investigation. Now, just to let you know where I'm at, I am just in front of the Fulton Library. And beyond that is the Liberal Arts Building. And then that's where the venue is, behind the Liberal Arts Building. Now, along with all of those feelings that the students are feeling, that, Utah County, Utah, the nation is feeling right now, there's some irony in this as well. I mean, if you take a look right back here behind me, you see Utah County official ballot box. The fact that this is one of the areas that people can submit, You know, their vote for people, no matter what aisle, no matter what side of the aisle politically they are on, they can come here. And, you know, I wasn't in the actual press conference, but I was listening to it through my earpiece. And UVU officials said, you know, we want to make sure people know this is a place to share ideas. So this has been an awful day for them. You know, it's being coined a dark and tragic day for the entire nation. The other aspect of irony is September is Constitutional Month. And I actually spoke with the Alpine Director of Communications, the Alpine School District, and they were celebrating a 9/11 project in Spanish Fork in Utah County, and, you know, trying to just understand the depth of the civic history that we have, not only in Utah, but across the nation. And he said, when we heard this, we were absolutely shocked as well. Now, I asked him, you know, are you going to have school tomorrow? Are you shutting it down because, you know, the shooter's at large? He said it's going to be business as usual. There's going to be school at Alpine School District. However, if we get any directives from law enforcement and things change, then we will move quickly as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jody, thank you. Yeah, this has been a long day and a hard day for many people who were there on campus. The University of Utah Valley University campus is on lockdown, and the school's police say they are still have issued that stay in shelter warning that has not been lifted. So anyone who's still trapped in the school's building or still inside, they are asking you to get a police escort before you come out. There is a number to call for that help, 801-863-8130. That's 801-863-8130.
And I pray for him and his family. And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent.
More eyewitnesses to today's shooting at Utah Valley University. Let's take a little moment now and go to Mike Hedrick, who is on Utah Valley University's campus. Mike, I know that you have been talking to people at NBC and reporting there for them. This, of course, has taken a national and an international interest in terms of a news story.
It's consumed the country is what it's done, Deanie, and everyone is trying to figure out why in the world something like this happened, especially in Utah County, right? A lot of people here especially thinking this happened somewhere else, right? We've heard that from people. It happens somewhere else, not here. It can happen anywhere, and I think today is proof of that. And as I spoke with a number of people today, really the common thread between all of them was this is a tragic situation, and the whole thing was surreal. And a lot of people are still trying to wrap their heads around that. I'm on the campus right now where you still see a heavy police presence. Not too many people here. Officers have died down as far as the number of them that we see coming in and out of this area, but know this, the presence is still heavy here on UVU's campus. All right, let's talk a little bit about Charlie Kirk. Some people don't know his background and maybe have never heard of him. He actually was the founder of Turning Point USA. That was back in 2012 when he was just 18 years old. He was a prominent supporter of President Donald Trump and attracted young voters using his network of nonprofits to register voters on campuses and churches for Trump in 2024. Kirk frequently traveled to college campuses, speaking and taking questions from audience members in arguments that often led to viral videos. Kirk's appearance at Utah Valley University was the first of a 14-city fall American comeback tour. Kirk traveled with a private security contingency. He most recently appeared in the Oval Office back in May, attending the swearing-in ceremony of Judge Jeanine Pirro. Charlie Kirk was 31 years old. He leaves behind his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. It is tragic. There is a vigil tonight for Kirk. That is at the State Rotunda in the Capitol there. The vigil starts at 7 o'clock this evening, and the event is hosted by the Utah House of Representatives. Kirk's foundation, Turning Point USA, also releasing a statement online today. Let me read that to you so you can see what they had to say here. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior. We ask that everyone keeps his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time. So as we continue on and follow in the investigation, there's this part of it as well. It's the tragedy. It's the heartbreak. It's the knowing that somebody lost their life that was senseless. There was no need for that. But here we are. And as the governor talked about, country's broke. That was what he was said. And I dare say there's a lot of people on this campus and probably across the country that believe that very same thing. We'll see where things go from here. We'll continue and follow what is happening here on the campus, Deanie.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time and effort for people to work through everything that's happened today. Mike, thank you. Now, President Trump reacted to the news of the death by ordering flags to half staff until sunset on September 14th. He also wrote on Truth Social, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." Here's the response from former President Joe Biden. "There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones." And Senator Mike Lee releasing a statement saying, in part, this murder was a cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie, the students who gathered for civil debate, and all Americans who peacefully strive to save our nation. Please join me in praying for his wife, Erica, and their children. May justice be swift. The University of Utah announced that they will have increased patrols on campus, saying that police officers will be available to speak to students, faculty, and staff who are concerned about these events and safety on campus. There will be additional safety patrols and layers of security present on university events today and for the rest of this week. Utah Senator John Curtis also reacted to the news, saying it's very personal because it happened in his backyard.
I think it's time for all of us to reevaluate how we're talking about issues. I think that if we're honest, we're having conversations within families that are too heated. We're having conversations among friends that are too heated, and then that obviously escalates as it gets to a broader conversation. It's not healthy. It's not who we are. This is why it's so impactful to me. It's especially not who we are in Utah and Utah County.
And Arizona Senator Mark Kelly gave his reaction to the shooting.
It is, a horrendous thing to see, and it happens all too often. I'm thinking about him and his, family, and I hope, they makes a recovery from this.
Senator Kelly knows firsthand how a shooting affects a family. Back in 2011, his wife, Representative Gabrielle Giffords, was shot in the head while at a political event in Arizona. She survived. We'll have much more live team coverage of Charlie Kirk's death and the search for the suspect in this shooting coming up at 6 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. This has been a tough day. We appreciate you being with us, and we're working together. All the latest information, we will have that coming up at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, download the KSL Plus app to get breaking news updates on the situation sent straight to you. We're live in Orem with more on the shooting when we come back.
We grew up an NBC family. At the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always raised my hand when news was breaking.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
To connect with people.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
At Smith's, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality and...
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. I've been using KSL TV to reach the Salt Lake local market for decades. If you want the most effective advertising, use KSL TV, because at PC Laptops and KSL TV, we love you.
Up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality and savings that add up, Smith's shoppers never compromise. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
You've trusted Master Electrical since 1954. We've always understood what it takes to do the job right. Now we introduce you to Mountain Home Services. Along with electrical, we can take care of all of your home service needs. Our upfront pricing ensures that there are no surprises. And with our 100% satisfaction guarantee, you'll have peace of mind. Mountain Home Services, making your house a home.
Mountain Home Services will brighten your day.
At Smith's, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality.
Alpine Home Medical has been serving Utah and Idaho communities for over 25 years, providing walkers, wheelchairs, scooters, breast pumps, lift chairs, oxygen supplies, and much, much more. With thousands of products and services to choose from, expert staff can help you and your loved ones understand, purchase, rent, or repair at any of their 11 locations from Idaho Falls to St. George. Get started today at alpinehomemedical.com.
Welcome to Lighting Design. For the past 25 years, Lighting Design has been the award-winning go-to location for contractors and homeowners looking for the best lighting at the most competitive prices. Come browse one of the state's largest lighting showrooms and sit down with a lighting specialist, or schedule a free virtual consultation from the comfort of your own home. Whether you're building your dream home or remodeling your existing home, Lighting Design can help. For more information, please visit us at lightingdesign.com.